Hello and welcome to Arcane Paradox, your home for amazing stories. Today's story is, What if McGonagall's Animagus senses detected 73 dark curses on Harry's first day and she challenged Dumbledore to duel? Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy it, and subscribe if you haven't already. We post new stories regularly. Let's get started. Chapter 1, The Feline's Discovery. The tabby cat sitting rigidly on the garden wall of number 4, Privet Drive had not moved for nearly 12 hours. Any observer might have thought it a statue, were it not for the occasional flick of its tail or the sharp, calculating movements of its eyes. Those eyes, marked with square patterns around them, reminiscent of spectacles, missed nothing. Professor Minerva McGonagall had maintained her Animagus form since dawn, watching the Dursley household with mounting concern. Today was the day Harry Potter would arrive at Hogwarts, and something deep in her magical core told her to be vigilant. 10 years ago, she had sat on this very wall, protesting Albus Dumbledore's decision to leave the infant Harry with these dreadful muggles. Now, as the sun climbed high into the sky, she observed the skinny, dark-haired boy dragging a trunk toward his uncle's car, his movements hesitant and submissive. Even from this distance, something felt wrong. As an Animagus, Minerva's senses were heightened in ways most wizards never experienced. Her feline form granted her abilities that transcended normal magical detection. And something about Harry Potter raised every hair along her spine. She would see him properly tonight at the sorting ceremony. Until then, she would keep her concerns to herself. The great hall buzzed with excitement. Hundreds of candles floated beneath the enchanted ceiling, which mirrored the clear night sky outside. For long tables stretched from end to end, filled with returning students, while the staff table stood perpendicular at the front of the hall. Minerva stood beside the three-legged stool, the ancient sorting hat ready in her hands. Her gaze swept over the line of first years, many wide-eyed and trembling. Among them stood Harry Potter, looking impossibly small in his oversized robes. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she announced, her voice carrying effortlessly through the hall. As the sorting progressed, Minerva maintained her composure, but her eyes continuously drifted back to Harry. There was something there, something that made her magical senses prickle uncomfortably. It wasn't until Potter, Harry, was called and the boy approached the stool that Minerva had her first opportunity to examine him closely. As he passed her, a wave of sensation hit her so forcefully she nearly dropped the sorting hat. It took every ounce of her considerable self-control to maintain her stern expression. Magic radiated from the boy, yes, but twisted within it was something dark and terribly wrong. Not one, but multiple strands of malevolent energy coiled around him, concentrated most strongly at his scar. Minerva's hands trembled slightly as she placed the hat on Harry's head. The moment stretched longer than most sortings, and she could see the boy's knuckles whitening as he gripped the edges of the stool. "Gryffindor," the hat finally shouted. The table of red and gold erupted in cheers. "We got Potter! We got Potter," the Weasley twins chanted. Harry, looking relieved, slipped off the stool and handed the hat back to Minerva. Their fingers brushed, and the contact sent a jolt through her magical core. It was like touching ice and fire simultaneously. The boy's natural magic was bright and vibrant, but it was entangled with something ancient and malevolent. McGonagall finished the sorting with mechanical efficiency, her mind racing. The feast began, but she barely touched her food, occasionally glancing toward Harry, who was eating as though he hadn't seen food in weeks. "Is something troubling you, Minerva?" Albus Dumbledore asked quietly from beside her. "Nothing that can't wait until after the feast, Headmaster," she replied, her Scottish brogue slightly more pronounced than usual, a tell for those who knew her well. Dumbledore studied her briefly over his half-moon spectacles before nodding and returning to his conversation with Flitwick. Minerva noticed Severus Snape glaring at the Gryffindor table, his face twisted in a familiar expression of loathing. Did he sense it too? She needed to investigate further, and she knew precisely how to do it. Shortly after midnight, a tabby cat with distinctive markings slipped out of the deputy headmistress's quarters. Moving silently through the corridors of Hogwarts, Minerva made her way to Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady raised an eyebrow at the cat but swung open without a password. One of the privileges of being deputy headmistress, the castle itself recognized her authority. The common room was empty, the fire reduced to glowing embers. Minerva padded silently up the spiral staircase to the first-year boys' dormitory. Inside, 5 beds held sleeping boys, their trunks positioned at the foot of each four-poster. She approached Harry's bed cautiously. In her cat form, the malevolent energy surrounding him was even more apparent, a miasma of darkness that her feline senses detected as clearly as she could see the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Minerva slipped under the bed, her whiskers twitching as she concentrated. As an Animagus, she could perform certain types of magic even in her cat form. She closed her eyes and extended her magical awareness. What she found nearly caused her to yowl in shock. 73 distinct dark magical signatures clung to the boy, most concentrated on his scar, but others woven throughout his magical aura. Some were dormant, others pulsing with malicious intent. The largest and most concerning was something she had only read about in the most forbidden texts, a soul fragment, tethered to Harry's own soul like a parasitic twin. Maintaining her feline form became impossible as horror overwhelmed her. With a silent pop, Minerva transformed back to her human form, crouching beside Harry's bed, one hand pressed against her mouth to stifle her gasp. Harry stirred but didn't wake. His sleep seemed fitful, no wonder, with such darkness clinging to him. Minerva cast a silent disillusionment charm on herself and slipped from the dormitory. Her mind was racing. This wasn't simply dark magic, this was abominable. And if she was correct about the soul fragment, dear Merlin, the boy was carrying a piece of Voldemort within him. She didn't return to her quarters. Instead, she went directly to the library, using her authority to enter the restricted section. There, in the darkest corner, she pulled down ancient tomes on soul magic, dark curses, and magical residue. Dawn was breaking when she finally confirmed her suspicions. The largest signature was indeed what she feared, a Horcrux, among the darkest magic known to wizard kind. The other curses ranged from minor hexes to complex dark arts that seemed designed to influence Harry's development, limiting his magical growth, affecting his emotional responses, even modifying his memory. It was unconscionable. Who would do such a thing to a child? Some of the curses were clearly cast recently, within the last few years. Others dated back to that terrible night in Godric's Hollow. Her blood ran cold as a terrible thought occurred to her. Albus had been the first to examine Harry after his parents' deaths. Albus had insisted on placing him with the Dursleys. Albus had maintained surveillance over the boy for a decade. Albus must know. Sherbet Lemon, Minerva said tersely to the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. It leapt aside, and she ascended the spiral staircase, her emerald robes swirling around her. Despite the early hour, Dumbledore was already at his desk, quill in hand. He looked up, blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "Ah, Minerva. An early visit. I trust our new Gryffindors are settling in well." "We need to discuss Harry Potter," she said without preamble, remaining standing despite his gesture toward the chair opposite his desk. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, so briefly she would have missed it if she hadn't been watching closely. "Has young Harry found himself in trouble already?" he asked lightly. "He's been in trouble since the night you left him on that doorstep," Minerva replied, her voice like ice. "I've detected no fewer than 73 dark magical signatures on the boy, Albus. 73. Including what appears to be a soul fragment lodged in his scar." Dumbledore set down his quill very deliberately. The twinkle vanished from his eyes, replaced by a calculating look that Minerva had rarely seen directed at her. "You've been examining him in your Animagus form," he stated. "I sensed something wrong during the sorting. I investigated. What I found." She shook her head, struggling to maintain her composure. "Albus, the boy is riddled with dark magic. Most significantly, he carries what appears to be a fragment of Voldemort's soul. You cannot possibly have missed this. I have not missed it, Dumbledore confirmed quietly. Please, sit down, Minerva. I prefer to stand. Dumbledore sighed. Very well. What you have discovered is indeed grave. I have been aware of Harry's condition since the night his parents were killed. And you've done nothing? The incredulity in her voice was matched only by her growing anger. I have done everything that can be done without endangering the boy further, Dumbledore replied. The soul fragment is indeed a portion of Voldemort himself, inadvertently transferred when the killing curse rebounded. It cannot be removed without potentially killing Harry. That's absurd, Minerva snapped. There are documented methods of extracting parasitic magic, all of which carry substantial risk when the host and parasite have been connected for so long, particularly when the host is a growing child. Dumbledore's voice remained calm, but there was steel beneath it. As for the other magical signatures you detected, many are monitoring and protection spells I placed myself. Protection spells? Minerva nearly laughed. I recognize dark constraints when I sense them, Albus. Those aren't protections, they're bindings. Limitations. Memory modifications. Her eyes narrowed. What game are you playing with this child's life? Dumbledore rose from his chair. For the first time in their conversation, he looked truly troubled. I am playing the longest game of all, Minerva. The game against death itself. He moved to Fawkes's perch, stroking the phoenix's brilliant feathers. Voldemort is not gone. He will return. And when he does, Harry must be prepared. Prepared? By being weakened? By carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul? By being raised by those awful muggles who clearly mistreat him? She gestured angrily. Look at him, Albus. He's malnourished, wearing clothes that don't fit. He flinches when people move too quickly near him. These are not the signs of a child being prepared for anything except misery. The circumstances are regrettable but necessary, Dumbledore said. The blood protection from Lily requires he stay with family. As for the other measures, they are to protect him from knowledge and power that would be dangerous for him to possess too early. Dangerous for whom? Minerva challenged. Dumbledore turned to face her fully. For all of us, Minerva. Harry's connection to Voldemort is complicated. The prophecy, damn your prophecy. Minerva rarely swore, and the word hung in the air between them. A child is suffering under multiple dark curses, including a fragment of the darkest wizard of our time, and you speak to me of prophecies and long games. I understand your concern. No, I don't think you do. Minerva took a step closer to the desk. I am not merely concerned, Albus. I am appalled. This is not the Albus Dumbledore I thought I knew. The man I respected would never allow a child to remain cursed if there was any possibility of helping him. There are considerations beyond what you understand, Dumbledore said, a note of warning entering his voice. Then enlighten me. Explain to me why Harry Potter must remain a vessel for Voldemort's soul. Explain why he must be magically constrained. Explain why he couldn't have been placed with a wizarding family who would have loved him, protected him, prepared him properly. The blood protection could have been maintained through regular visits, Minerva countered. Don't pretend there weren't alternatives, Albus. You chose this path for him. Why? Silence stretched between them. Dumbledore's face was grave. There are times, he said finally, when the good of the many must outweigh the good of the one. So Harry is your sacrifice, Minerva said quietly. A lamb you're raising for slaughter. That is unfair, Minerva. Is it? She shook her head. I've respected you for decades, followed you through a war, trusted your judgment even when I disagreed with it. But this. She gestured helplessly. This crosses a line I cannot accept. Dumbledore returned to his chair, suddenly looking every one of his many years. What would you have me do, Minerva? Remove the fragment and risk killing the boy. Remove the protective bindings and risk Voldemort possessing him through their connection. Tell him everything now, when he's only 11 and can hardly be expected to bear such knowledge. I would have you try, she said simply. Gather experts. Research alternatives. Use the considerable resources and brilliant minds at your disposal. Instead, you've made a unilateral decision to leave him cursed and ignorant. The path forward is more delicate than you realize, Dumbledore said. There are prophecies, ancient magics, connections that must be managed carefully. Then manage them carefully, but do not leave that boy to suffer when we might help him. Minerva squared her shoulders. I am asking you, as your deputy and as someone who has stood by you through the darkest times, help Harry Potter. Not in some distant future according to your grand design, but now. Today. Dumbledore studied her for a long moment. I cannot deviate from the path that has been laid out. Too much depends on it. Something broke inside Minerva at those words, some final thread of unconditional faith in Albus Dumbledore. Then I cannot continue to serve as your deputy in good conscience, she said quietly. Alarm flickered across Dumbledore's face. Minerva, consider what you're saying. Hogwarts needs you. And I will continue to teach here and serve as head of Gryffindor. But I cannot remain your deputy while knowing you're deliberately allowing a child to suffer. She took a deep breath. In fact, I must formally object to your handling of Harry Potter's situation. Dumbledore's expression grew wary. Formally object? Minerva, there's no need for such measures between old friends. We are not merely friends, Albus. We are magical guardians of children, bound by ancient oaths to protect those in our care. Her voice took on a formal tone. As Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as a member of the Wizengamot, and as a sworn protector of magical children, Minerva McGonagall, formally object to the treatment of Harry James Potter under your guardianship. Magic crackled in the air as the ancient words took effect. This was no mere disagreement now, it was a formal challenge between magical authorities. Dumbledore rose, power emanating from him in waves. You invoke ancient law, Minerva. Over a matter of judgment. Over a matter of a child's well-being, she corrected. The laws of magical guardianship are clear. When a formal objection is raised regarding the treatment of a magical child, the objection must be addressed. And how do you propose we address it? Dumbledore asked quietly. Minerva hadn't come here intending this outcome, but now that they had reached this point, she saw no alternative. The ancient laws provide for resolution through three methods: arbitration by the Wizengamot, magical oath-binding, or formal magical duel. She met his gaze steadily. Given the sensitive nature of the information regarding Harry, I believe the Wizengamot would not be appropriate. An oath-binding would require us both to surrender our positions if the terms were violated. Understanding dawned in Dumbledore's eyes. You cannot seriously be suggesting a formal duel, Minerva. I am. Her voice was steady despite the hammering of her heart. A formal magical duel, with terms to be negotiated and magic itself as witness. Should I prevail, Harry Potter will be examined by a panel of curse breakers and healers of my choosing, and all harmful magic will be removed if safely possible. And should I prevail? Dumbledore asked. Minerva hesitated only briefly. Should you prevail, I will step down as Deputy Headmistress, make no further objection to your handling of Harry Potter, and take an unbreakable vow of silence regarding what I have discovered. The stakes were enormous, her career, her integrity, possibly her life if she found herself bound by an unbreakable vow she couldn't keep. But the alternative was to walk away knowing Harry Potter carried 73 dark curses and a fragment of Voldemort's soul, with no one willing to help him. You cannot win such a duel, Minerva, Dumbledore said gently. I say this not out of arrogance but as a statement of fact. Why risk everything on a contest you cannot win? Because some principles are worth fighting for, even against impossible odds. She straightened her back. You taught me that, Albus. Something like sadness passed over Dumbledore's face. So I did. He sighed deeply. Very well. If you are determined on this course, I accept your challenge under the ancient laws. The duel will take place tomorrow at dawn on the Quidditch pitch. We shall each select a second to oversee the terms. Agreed, Minerva said, her voice remarkably steady given the enormity of what she had just initiated. Filius Flitwick will be my second. A fine choice. Severus Snape will serve as mine. Dumbledore inclined his head formally. Until dawn, then. Minerva turned to leave, then paused at the door. I never thought it would come to this between us, Albus. Nor I, Minerva, he replied softly. Nor I. Minerva's hands trembled slightly as she closed the door to her quarters behind her. She crossed to her desk and sank into the chair, staring unseeingly at the stack of first-year essays awaiting her attention. What had she done? Challenging Albus Dumbledore to a formal magical duel was madness. He was the most powerful wizard alive, the vanquisher of Grindelwald, the only one Voldemort had ever feared. And she? She was a talented witch, certainly, a transfiguration mistress of considerable skill, but no match for Albus in raw power. Yet what choice did she have? To walk away, knowing what she now knew about Harry? To pretend she hadn't seen the darkness clinging to him, hadn't recognized the constraints limiting his magic and mind? To sit beside Albus at the staff table day after day, knowing he intended to leave a child suffering when help might be possible? No. She couldn't do it. Not even for Albus Dumbledore. A soft knock at her door interrupted her thoughts. She composed herself quickly. Enter, she called. The door opened to reveal Filius Flitwick, his normally cheerful face unusually somber. Minerva, he said, closing the door behind him. The headmaster has just informed me of developments. He told you about the duel? Minerva asked, surprised. He asked if I would serve as your second, as you had requested. Filius climbed onto the chair opposite her desk. I agreed, of course, but I must confess I'm rather confused. A formal magical duel between the headmaster and deputy headmistress is unprecedented. Minerva hesitated. As her chosen second, Filius had the right to know the reasons behind the duel, but the information about Harry was dangerously sensitive. What I am about to tell you cannot leave this room, she said finally. Filius nodded, his expression grave. You have my word as a dueling master and a Ravenclaw. Minerva cast several privacy charms before explaining what she had discovered about Harry Potter and her subsequent confrontation with Dumbledore. As she spoke, Filius's expression shifted from confusion to shock to horror. 73 dark signatures. Including a soul fragment, he squeaked when she finished. And Albus knows? He's known since the beginning, Minerva confirmed. He claims it's necessary, part of some grand strategy against Voldemort's return. But to leave a child in such a state? Filius shook his head, his brow furrowed. I've always trusted Albus's judgment, even when I didn't understand his decisions, but this. Precisely my reaction. Minerva removed her spectacles and rubbed the bridge of her nose. I didn't intend to challenge him to a duel when I went to his office this morning. I merely wanted him to help Harry. But when he refused. You felt you had no choice, Filius finished for her. I understand, Minerva, truly I do. But. He hesitated. A duel with Albus Dumbledore? I know the odds, she said grimly. But the ancient laws of magical guardianship left few alternatives that wouldn't expose Harry's condition to the wider wizarding world. Filius nodded slowly. As your second, I am obligated to ask, is there any chance of reconciliation before dawn? Only if Albus agrees to address Harry's condition immediately, Minerva replied. And he made it quite clear that he will not deviate from his plan, whatever that may be. Then my duty is to negotiate the terms of the duel to give you the greatest chance of success, Phileas said, straightening his small shoulders. Fortunately, that is a field in which I have some expertise. For the first time since discovering the dark magic on Harry, Minerva felt a glimmer of hope. Phileas Flitwick wasn't just the charms professor, he was a former dueling champion whose tactical brilliance was legendary. What would you suggest? She asked. Phileas tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the arm of his chair. Albus's power is formidable, but he has weaknesses like any duelist. His age works against him in matters of endurance. His tendency toward non-lethal magic limits his offensive options. And his genuine affection for you may make him hesitate at crucial moments. He leaned forward. We should propose a duel of attrition rather than raw power. Multiple rounds with short rest periods. Confined arena to limit his mobility advantage. And most importantly, clearly defined victory conditions that don't necessarily require you to magically overpower him. Minerva considered this. What specific conditions would you suggest? Disarmament, containment, or surrender, Phileas replied promptly. No requirement to render the opponent unconscious or otherwise incapacitated. This gives you multiple paths to victory beyond direct magical confrontation. Albus may not agree to such terms, Minerva pointed out. He will if we frame it as a matter of safety and school preservation, Phileas said with a small smile. After all, 2 of Hogwarts' most senior staff engaging in an all-out magical battle could cause significant damage to the castle and potentially endanger students. Albus's concern for Hogwarts and its occupants is his greatest predictable trait. You make a compelling case, Minerva admitted. Though I still don't see how I can possibly win, even with favorable terms. Phileas's expression turned serious. Dueling isn't merely about magical power, Minerva. It's about conviction, strategy, and the willingness to do what is necessary to achieve victory. He studied her for a moment. Do you truly believe Harry Potter should be freed from these curses, whatever the cost? Without question, she replied instantly. Then you have an advantage Albus may not, absolute moral certainty. Phileas hopped down from his chair. Rest now. I will meet with Severus to negotiate the terms. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall see if righteousness can overcome power. After Phileas left, Minerva remained at her desk, staring out the window at the grounds of Hogwarts. Somewhere in Gryffindor Tower, Harry Potter slept, unaware that his life hung in the balance of tomorrow's duel. She had risked everything on a confrontation she might well lose. But as she prepared for bed, Minerva found herself strangely at peace with her decision. Win or lose, she had stood up for what was right. She had refused to be complicit in the suffering of a child. And perhaps, just perhaps, that moral certainty might be enough to tip the scales in her favor. Word spread through Hogwarts like fiendfire. By breakfast, the entire castle knew that Professor McGonagall had challenged the headmaster to a formal magical duel, to be held at dawn on the Quidditch pitch. Students huddled in groups, whispering theories about what could have caused such a rift between the 2 most senior staff members. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table beside Ron, poking listlessly at his porridge. He'd slept poorly, his dreams filled with strange images, a high, cold laugh, a flash of green light, and oddly, a tabby cat watching him from the shadows, its eyes full of sorrow. Why'd you reckon McGonagall's challenging Dumbledore? Ron asked through a mouthful of toast. Fred and George say it hasn't happened in centuries, a formal duel between professors. I don't know, Harry replied. He glanced up at the staff table, where both professors in question were conspicuously absent. But everyone keeps looking at me when they talk about it. That's just because you're Harry Potter, Ron said with a shrug. People always look at you. But Harry wasn't convinced. There was something specific in the way the whispers quieted when he walked by, the way certain professors, particularly Flitwick and Snape, watched him with new intensity. Hermione Granger slid onto the bench across from them, already clutching a massive tome. I've been researching formal magical duels, she announced without preamble. They're incredibly rare nowadays, governed by ancient magical laws that bind the participants to honor the outcome. Why would McGonagall challenge Dumbledore, though? Harry asked. I thought they were friends. Hermione bit her lip. Formal duels are typically called over matters of grave importance, matters where normal channels of resolution have failed. The book says they're most commonly invoked in disputes over magical guardianship or protection of magical beings unable to defend themselves. Like house elves? Ron suggested. Or children, Hermione said quietly, her eyes flicking briefly to Harry. A chill ran down Harry's spine. You think it's about me? I don't know, Hermione admitted. But, well, Professor McGonagall was watching you very carefully during the sorting. And I overheard Professor Flitwick telling Professor Sprout that the duel was about protecting the Potter boy from influences he doesn't even know exist. Harry's stomach clenched. What influences? What's wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with you, mate, Ron said loyally, though he looked concerned. Before they could discuss it further, the doors to the Great Hall opened, and Professor McGonagall entered. The hall fell silent as she walked between the tables, her emerald robes swirling around her, her face composed but determined. She stopped directly beside Harry. Mr. Potter, she said, her Scottish accent more pronounced than usual, I would like a word with you in my office, if you please. Harry swallowed hard and nodded, standing on legs that suddenly felt unsteady. As he followed her from the Great Hall, he could feel hundreds of eyes tracking their progress. McGonagall's office was warm and neat, with a tartan pattern subtly woven into the furnishings. She gestured for Harry to take a seat in the comfortable chair across from her desk. Tea, she offered, and at Harry's hesitant nod, she tapped her wand against a teapot, which immediately began to steam. Am I in trouble, Professor? Harry asked as she poured tea into 2 cups. Not at all, she assured him, passing him a cup. Though I'm afraid I do have some disturbing information to share with you. She studied him for a moment, as if debating how to proceed. It's about the duel, isn't it? Harry said. Hermione thinks it's something to do with me. Miss Granger is perceptive as always, McGonagall said with a small smile. Yes, the duel concerns you, Mr. Potter. Specifically, it concerns certain magical conditions that I believe should be addressed immediately, while the headmaster believes should be left untreated for the time being. Harry set down his teacup with a shaky hand. What magical conditions? Is there something wrong with me? McGonagall's expression softened. There is nothing wrong with you, Harry. But there is something wrong being done to you. She took a deep breath. As an Animagus, a witch who can transform into an animal, I possess certain magical senses in my cat form that are not available to most wizards. Last night, I detected numerous dark magical signatures clinging to you, primarily centered around your scar. Harry's hand flew to his forehead automatically. Dark magic? On me? Yes. 73 distinct signatures, to be precise. Some appear to be monitoring spells, others are constraint bindings, and still others. She hesitated. Still others are far more concerning. Like what? Harry whispered. McGonagall seemed to debate with herself before answering. The most troubling is what appears to be a soul fragment lodged in your scar, a piece of Voldemort himself, transferred when the killing curse rebounded. The room seemed to tilt around Harry. I have a piece of Voldemort, inside me. It appears so, McGonagall confirmed gently. When I confronted the headmaster about this, he admitted he has been aware of your condition since the night your parents died. And he didn't do anything about it? Harry felt sick. He believes it must remain for now, as part of some greater strategy against Voldemort's eventual return. McGonagall's nostrils flared slightly. I disagree. Vehemently. No child should be left to carry such a burden when there might be ways to remove it safely. Can it be removed? Harry asked, hope and fear battling within him. I believe so, with the proper experts and precautions, McGonagall said. Which brings us to the duel. When the headmaster refused to address your condition immediately, I formally objected under the ancient laws of magical guardianship. Such objections can be resolved only through arbitration by the Wisengamot, magical oath-binding, or formal duel. And you chose a duel, Harry said, understanding dawning. For me. McGonagall nodded. The terms have been negotiated. Should I prevail, you will be examined by experts of my choosing, and all harmful magic will be removed if it can be done safely. Should Albus prevail? She straightened her shoulders. Well, that need not concern you. Harry stared at her, overwhelmed by the revelation that this stern, proper witch was risking everything to help him, a boy she barely knew. Why? He asked finally. Why would you do this for me? McGonagall's expression was fierce. Because it is right, Mr. Potter. Because no child under my care should suffer needlessly. Because your parents entrusted you to the wizarding world's protection, and we have failed you thus far. She leaned forward slightly. And because I believe Lily and James would have done no less for any child in similar circumstances. Tears pricked at Harry's eyes. No adult had ever fought for him before. Thank you, he whispered. McGonagall cleared her throat, visibly composing herself. Yes, well. The duel will take place at dawn tomorrow. You are not required to attend, though you may if you wish. I'll be there, Harry said immediately. If it's about me, I should be there. Very well. McGonagall rose, signaling the end of their meeting. And now, I believe you have potions with Professor Snape. It would not do to be late. Harry stood, then hesitated. Professor? Do you think you can win? Against Dumbledore? Something flickered in McGonagall's eyes, determination, perhaps, or resigned acceptance. I don't know, she answered honestly. But some battles must be fought regardless of the odds. Harry nodded, understanding perfectly. Good luck, Professor. As he turned to leave, McGonagall called after him. Mr. Potter. Whatever happens tomorrow, remember this, you are not defined by what clings to you, but by what emanates from within you. Your parents would be proud of the young man you're becoming. It was the nicest thing any adult had ever said to him. The rest of the day passed in a blur for Harry. He attended his classes mechanically, barely registering the instructions in potions, earning a particularly venomous glare from Snape, or the demonstrations in charms. His mind was consumed with the knowledge that he carried dark magic, Voldemort's soul, for Merlin's sake, and that tomorrow, Professor McGonagall would duel the greatest wizard alive for the chance to help him. By dinner time, the entire school was buzzing with speculation. The Weasley twins were taking bets, though most students were reluctant to bet against Dumbledore. Harry picked at his food, avoiding the curious stares of his housemates. All right, Harry. Fred Weasley asked, sliding onto the bench beside him. Fine, Harry muttered. Only, we couldn't help noticing you seem a bit down about tomorrow's entertainment, George said, taking the seat on Harry's other side. It's not entertainment, Harry snapped. It's serious. The twins exchanged a look over his head. Know something we don't, do you? Fred asked casually. Harry hesitated. McGonagall hadn't sworn him to secrecy, but the information felt private somehow. I just think it's important, that's all, he said finally. Important enough that McGonagall's willing to risk everything, George noted. Not many would challenge Dumbledore. She's brave, Harry said quietly. True Gryffindor, our head of house, Fred agreed. Mind you, bravery's not always enough in a duel. What do you mean? Harry asked. George leaned in conspiratorially. Magical duels aren't just about power. They're about will, intent, and rightness. Dad told us about it once, Fred continued. Said magic itself judges the duelists. If one combatant's cause is truly just and their heart pure, magic can sometimes favor them. Even against a more powerful opponent. Really? Harry perked up slightly. It's rare, George cautioned. But it happens. Especially in formal duels where ancient magic is invoked. So McGonagall could win? Harry asked hopefully. If anyone could pull off an upset against Dumbledore, it'd be Minnie, Fred said with a grin. She's got conviction, that one. As the twins moved away, Harry felt a small flame of hope ignite within him. Maybe, just maybe, McGonagall could win. And if she did? He touched his scar absently, wondering what it would feel like to be free of the darkness he now knew resided there. In her chambers, Minerva McGonagall prepared for battle. She had spent the afternoon in the library, refreshing her knowledge of advanced defensive transfiguration. Now, as evening fell, she methodically laid out her dueling attire, not the formal robes traditional for such occasions, but practical, fitted garments that would allow for maximum mobility. Dark green dragon-skin boots. Hairpins charmed to resist summoning. A soft knock at her door announced the arrival of Phileas Flitwick, who entered carrying a small wooden case. The terms have been finalized, he reported, setting the case on her desk and opening it to reveal 2 identical golden coins. 3 rounds of 15 minutes each, with 5-minute rest periods between. Victory by disarmament, containment for more than 30 seconds, or surrender. No unforgivables, no intentional lethal magic, no attacks on spectators. And Albus agreed to these terms? Minerva asked, surprised. Severus negotiated admirably on his behalf, Phileas replied. I believe the headmaster wishes to minimize casualties and damage to the school. These terms accomplished that while still honoring the formal nature of the challenge. He handed her one of the golden coins. Your dueling token. It will heat up to signal the beginning and end of each round and rest period. It also serves as a port key to the dueling arena, which will activate at precisely 6 tomorrow morning. Minerva examined the coin, noting the intricate runes etched around its edge. And if I win? Then your terms are magically enforced, Phileas confirmed. Harry Potter will be examined by experts of your choosing, and all harmful magic will be removed if safely possible. Albus will be bound by magic to comply. And if I lose? Phileas's expression grew somber. Then you will step down as deputy headmistress, make no further objection to Albus's handling of Potter, and take an unbreakable vow of silence regarding what you have discovered. Minerva nodded grimly. High stakes indeed. You can still withdraw, Phileas said gently. No one would blame you for reconsidering a duel with Albus Dumbledore. I would blame me, Minerva replied simply. This isn't about pride, Phileas. It's about doing what's right for a child who has no one else to stand for him. Phileas studied her for a long moment before nodding. Then let us discuss strategy. Albus will expect you to rely heavily on transfiguration, your specialty. We must surprise him. For the next 2 hours, they planned and strategized, considering Dumbledore's known abilities and likely tactics. When Phileas finally left, Minerva felt as prepared as she could possibly be, given the circumstances. She tried to sleep but found herself restless. Around midnight, she transformed into her tabby cat form and prowled the corridors of Hogwarts, eventually making her way to Gryffindor Tower. She slipped inside when a prefect exited and padded silently up to the first-year boys' dormitory. Harry was awake, sitting by the window, staring out at the grounds where the duel would take place in just a few hours. Minerva approached and jumped lightly onto the windowsill beside him. Hello, Professor, Harry whispered, recognizing her cat form. Couldn't sleep either. Minerva meowed softly in response. Up close, the dark magic clinging to Harry was even more apparent to her feline senses, a miasma of malevolent energy swirling around him, concentrated at his scar. I've been thinking about what you told me, Harry continued quietly. About the soul fragment. And all the other dark magic. He touched his scar gently. I always knew there was something wrong with me. The Dursleys said so all the time. But I thought it was just me being a freak. Minerva's tail lashed in anger at his words. But it's not me, is it? Harry said, a note of wonder in his voice. It's this thing inside me. These curses. He looked directly at the cat. If you win tomorrow, if they can remove it all, will I be different? Better? Minerva wished desperately that she could speak to him in this form. Instead, she pressed her head against his hand in a gesture of comfort. I hope you win, Harry whispered. Not just for me. But because it's the right thing. Dumbledore shouldn't leave anyone cursed if they could be helped. Even if he thinks it's for the best. Minerva meowed in agreement, feeling her resolve strengthen. This was why she was fighting, not just for Harry Potter, the boy who lived, but for this thoughtful child who deserved better than to be a pawn in Albus Dumbledore's grand strategy. She stayed with Harry until he finally dozed off in the window seat, then slipped back to her own quarters to prepare for the coming dawn. Morning arrived all too soon. Minerva dressed in her dueling attire, pinned her hair in its customary tight bun, and stood before her mirror. For Harry, she told her reflection. For what's right. At precisely 6 o'clock, the golden coin in her hand grew warm. She felt the familiar tug of a port key, and the world dissolved around her. When it reformed, she stood at one end of the Quidditch pitch, which had been transformed overnight into a formal dueling arena. A translucent magical barrier separated the central area from tiered seating that was rapidly filling with students and staff. Opposite her, Albus Dumbledore appeared, resplendent in midnight blue dueling robes embroidered with silver stars. Filius Flitwick stood at the center of the arena, looking solemn in formal dueling referee attire. Beside him, Severus Snape stood rigid in his black robes, face impassive. Combatants, approach, Filius called, his voice magically amplified. Minerva walked forward, her stride purposeful. Across from her, Dumbledore did the same, his expression grave but his eyes twinkling as ever. Minerva, he said quietly when they met in the center. There is still time to reconsider. I have considered, Albus, she replied. My position remains unchanged. He sighed. Then we shall proceed. Filius cleared his throat. Before witnesses magical and mundane, we gather for a formal duel between Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, challenged, and Minerva Isabel McGonagall, challenger. The terms have been set and agreed upon by both parties. 3 rounds of 15 minutes each, with 5-minute rest periods between. Victory by disarmament, containment for more than 30 seconds, or surrender. He turned to the spectators. By ancient custom and magical law, the outcome of this duel is binding upon both participants. Interference from any spectator will result in immediate disqualification of their favored combatant. Minerva scanned the stands briefly and found Harry sitting in the front row, flanked by Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. His face was pale but determined. She gave him the smallest of nods before turning her attention back to Filius. Combatants, present your wands. Minerva held her wand vertically before her face, as did Dumbledore. Bow to your opponent. They bowed, neither breaking eye contact. Return to your starting positions. Minerva backed away, keeping her eyes on Dumbledore as she returned to her mark. Her heart was pounding, but her mind was clear. She knew what she had to do. Filius and Severus moved to the sidelines. Round 1 begins on my signal, Filius announced. 3, 2, 1. A golden spark shot from his wand, and the duel began. Chapter 2, Wands at Dawn. The golden spark from Flitwick's wand hung in the air for what seemed like an eternity. Then time rushed forward, and the duel began. Dumbledore moved first, not with an attack, but with a casual flick of his wand that conjured a comfortable chintz armchair. He sat down, crossed his legs, and regarded Minerva with an expression of mild interest. A ripple of confused murmurs swept through the audience. Is he, not taking this seriously? Hermione whispered to Harry and Ron. Harry wasn't fooled. He's trying to make her angry, he said quietly. Make her attack first. On the dueling field, Minerva's lips thinned to a nearly invisible line. She raised her wand deliberately and transfigured the ground beneath Dumbledore's chair into quicksand. The headmaster's eyebrows rose slightly as his chair began to sink. With a negligent wave of his hand, not even using his wand, he transformed the quicksand into solid glass and stood up, now elevated on a small glass platform. A fine opening gambit, Minerva, he said, his voice carrying across the arena. But perhaps we might discuss this matter rationally instead. There is no need for us to be adversaries. We passed the point of discussion when you refused to help an innocent child, Albus, McGonagall replied, her Scottish brogue more pronounced than usual. She slashed her wand in a complex pattern, and the glass platform beneath Dumbledore shattered into thousands of razor-sharp shards that swirled around him in a deadly cyclone. Dumbledore sighed, as if disappointed, and tapped his wand once against his palm. The glass fragments instantly transformed into snowflakes, drifting harmlessly to the ground around him. Beautiful, whispered a Ravenclaw first year. Scary, countered a Hufflepuff. In the front row, Harry leaned forward, hands gripping his knees tightly. Every spell they cast made his scar prickle uncomfortably, as if the dark magic within him was responding to the powerful magic being wielded before him. McGonagall didn't wait for the snow to settle. She swept her wand in a wide arc, and 3 Scottish wildcats made of golden fire leapt from its tip, charging toward Dumbledore from different angles. The headmaster responded with a cascade of water that extinguished 1 cat, then conjured a flock of phoenixes that intercepted the remaining 2. As the magical creatures clashed in midair, Dumbledore finally went on the offensive, sending a bolt of silver light directly at McGonagall. She deflected it with a shield charm so powerful that the air crackled, then immediately transfigured the shield into a swarm of arrows that shot back toward Dumbledore. She's not holding back, Professor Sprout murmured to Professor Vector in the staff section of the stands. Would you, against Albus? Vector replied. It's the only way she has a chance. Back on the field, Dumbledore had conjured a whirling vortex that caught the arrows and spun them into oblivion. His expression remained calm, almost sad, as he directed the vortex toward McGonagall. She stood her ground, raising her wand high above her head. The earth before her erupted, forming a massive stone wall that the vortex crashed against harmlessly. Then, with a precise flick of her wand, the wall crumbled into hundreds of stone birds that flew directly at Dumbledore, their beaks and talons razor-sharp. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly, the first sign that he might be taking the duel seriously now. He slashed his wand in a complex pattern, and a dome of golden light formed around him. The stone birds crashed against it, each impact sending ripples of magical energy across the dome's surface. 5 minutes elapsed, Flitwick announced, his voice magically amplified. Neither combatant acknowledged the announcement. McGonagall was already casting again, her wand moving in swift, precise motions. The ground beneath Dumbledore's feet began to twist and ripple like fabric in a breeze. Dumbledore leapt upward, suddenly hovering 10 feet above the ground. He pointed his wand downward, and a column of blue fire erupted beneath him, spreading outward toward McGonagall. She countered with a sweeping motion that created a channel in the earth, diverting the flames around her. Without pausing, she transfigured the flames themselves into chains that whipped back toward Dumbledore. She's using his own magic against him, Hermione said, awestruck. That's incredibly advanced transfiguration. Is she winning? Ron asked, squinting at the rapidly moving figures. Harry wasn't sure. McGonagall was fighting brilliantly, but Dumbledore still seemed to be holding back, as if reluctant to use his full power against his deputy. On the field, Dumbledore vanished the chains with a casual flick and sent a barrage of stunners toward McGonagall. She deflected them with several quick shield charms, then transfigured the ground beneath her into a springboard and launched herself into the air. At the apex of her jump, she transformed, not into her cat form, as many expected, but into a swirling cloud of darkness that surrounded Dumbledore completely. An obscuring mist, Flitwick murmured approvingly from the sidelines. Clever. Inside the mist, flashes of light revealed that spells were still being cast, though the spectators could no longer see the duelists clearly. After several tense seconds, there was a tremendous boom, and the mist dispersed violently. Dumbledore stood in the center of a small crater, his robe slightly singed but otherwise appearing unharmed. McGonagall was nowhere to be seen. A gasp went through the crowd. "Where is she?" Harry asked anxiously, half rising from his seat. Then someone pointed upward. There. McGonagall had transfigured herself into a flock of ravens that now circled above Dumbledore. As they watched, the ravens dived as one, their beaks and talons elongating into silver daggers. Dumbledore raised his wand and a spiraling cone of wind formed around him, catching the ravens and flinging them outward. In midair, they coalesced back into McGonagall, who landed gracefully on her feet some distance away. 10 minutes elapsed, Flitwick announced. McGonagall didn't waste a second. She slashed her wand in a complex pattern, and the very air around Dumbledore seemed to solidify, trapping him in a transparent cube. For a moment, it seemed she might have achieved containment, one of the victory conditions. But Dumbledore merely smiled slightly and tapped the inside of the cube with his wand. It shattered outward, forcing McGonagall to shield herself from the magical backlash. Before she could recover, Dumbledore went on the offensive for the first time in earnest. A series of spells, blue, gold, and silver, shot from his wand in rapid succession. McGonagall deflected the first two but was forced to dive aside to avoid the third, which left a smoking crater where she had been standing. "Now he's fighting," Snape commented from the sidelines, his dark eyes narrowed. "Indeed," Flitwick replied. "Minerva has impressed him." McGonagall rolled to her feet and immediately transfigured her robes into a flock of hawks that flew at Dumbledore, distracting him while she cast her next spell. The ground beneath Dumbledore liquefied, then solidified in an instant, trapping him up to his knees. Dumbledore looked down, almost curious, then made a lifting motion with his wand. The earth around his legs turned to dust, freeing him easily. "He's toying with her," Ron said, frowning. "No," Harry replied, watching intently. "He's not. Look at his face." Indeed, Dumbledore's expression had changed subtly. The twinkling was gone from his eyes, replaced by a calculating focus. He no longer appeared sad or reluctant, he looked like a duelist taking his opponent seriously for the first time. His next spell came without warning, a beam of pure white light that moved faster than any spell yet. McGonagall barely had time to raise a shield, which shattered under the impact, throwing her backward. She landed hard but was on her feet again almost instantly, her wand already moving in a complex pattern. The air around them began to shimmer with heat, and suddenly flames erupted in a circle around Dumbledore. Not ordinary flames, fiendfire. The cursed fire took the form of enormous cats that prowled the perimeter of the circle, their fiery eyes fixed on Dumbledore. "Merlin's beard," Sprout gasped. "She's using fiendfire." "Controlled fiendfire," Vector corrected, impressed. "Look how precisely she's maintaining the forms." Indeed, the fire cats moved with deliberate, predatory grace, neither expanding beyond their assigned boundary nor losing their distinct shapes. Dumbledore regarded the deadly flames calmly, then raised his wand high. "Aqua eructo maxima," he said, the first incantation either of them had spoken aloud during the duel. A torrent of water erupted from his wand, forming into the shape of a massive phoenix that engulfed the fire cats in steam and spray. For a moment, the two elements battled for supremacy, neither yielding. 15 minutes elapsed, Flitwick announced. End of round 1. Combatants, return to your marks for the rest period. The fire and water dissipated simultaneously as McGonagall and Dumbledore lowered their wands. Both walked calmly back to their starting positions, though Harry noticed that McGonagall's breathing seemed slightly labored. "She's tiring," Hermione observed worriedly. "Course she is," Ron said. "She's fighting Dumbledore." "She's doing better than anyone expected," Harry countered. "Look at the staff, they're shocked." Indeed, the professors in the stands were engaged in urgent, hushed conversations, glancing repeatedly at McGonagall with expressions ranging from concern to newfound respect. At his mark, Phileas Flitwick approached McGonagall, offering her a vial of something that glowed faintly blue. A revitalizing potion, Ron explained, seeing Harry's curious look. Dueling seconds are allowed to provide basic medical aid during rest periods. On the other side of the field, Snape stood rigidly beside Dumbledore, offering nothing. The headmaster appeared to be taking the opportunity to examine a small tear in his sleeve with mild interest. "He doesn't even look tired," Hermione said, dismayed. "No," Harry agreed quietly. "But he looks concerned." It was true. Beneath Dumbledore's outward calm, there was a new tension in his stance, a slight furrow in his brow as he glanced across at McGonagall. The rest period passed quickly. Soon Flitwick was back in the center of the arena, calling, "Combatants, prepare for round 2. 3, 2, 1. Another golden spark shot from his wand. This time, McGonagall attacked immediately. She swept her wand in a wide arc, and the air itself seemed to condense into thousands of glittering needles that flew toward Dumbledore from all directions. Dumbledore rotated his wand in a tight circle, creating a sphere of wind that deflected the needles. But McGonagall had anticipated this. She flicked her wand again, and the needles transformed mid-flight into tiny birds that flew through the wind barrier unimpeded. Just before they reached him, Dumbledore clapped his hands together. The sound reverberated unnaturally loudly, and the birds froze in midair, then fell to the ground as ordinary feathers. Dumbledore followed with his first truly aggressive attack of the duel, a crackling bolt of lightning that split into multiple branches as it sped toward McGonagall. She didn't try to shield against it. Instead, she conjured a complex network of copper wires that caught the lightning and redirected it into the ground. "Brilliant," Flitwick murmured from the sidelines. "Using Muggle principles of conductivity." The redirected lightning caused the entire arena to vibrate briefly. Before the tremors stopped, McGonagall had already launched her next attack, transfiguring the copper wires into a metal net that flew toward Dumbledore. He vanished it with a casual flick, then sent a pulse of magic outward that disrupted the very air around them. McGonagall's next spell, whatever it was going to be, fizzled visibly at the tip of her wand. "He's interfering with the ambient magic," Hermione explained to a confused Ron. "It's incredibly difficult magic, disrupting the magical field without affecting your own spellcasting." McGonagall didn't panic. Instead, she drew something from a pocket of her robes, a small object that gleamed silver in the morning light. With a precise motion, she threw it into the air above Dumbledore, where it expanded rapidly into a complex mechanical device that began to spin. "A magical dampener," Snape identified from the sidelines, his voice betraying a hint of surprise. "Ingenious." The device countered Dumbledore's disruption field, restoring the normal flow of magic. McGonagall immediately took advantage, casting a rapid series of spells that forced Dumbledore onto the defensive for the first time. Shields appeared and disappeared around the headmaster as he blocked each incoming spell. He no longer looked calm or amused, his focus was absolute, his movements precise and economical. 5 minutes elapsed, Flitwick announced. The announcement coincided with a particularly powerful blast from Dumbledore that shattered McGonagall's dampening device. The pieces fell around him like metallic rain, and with a sweep of his wand, he transformed them into a flock of silver birds that flew at McGonagall with razor-sharp beaks. She responded with a wall of flame that incinerated the birds, then immediately transformed the flames into a whip of fire that she wielded with astonishing dexterity, forcing Dumbledore to move quickly to avoid its lash. "I've never seen McGonagall duel like this," Ron said, awestruck. "Neither has Dumbledore, by the look of it," Harry replied, noting the headmaster's increasingly serious expression. On the field, Dumbledore finally tired of dodging the fire whip. He caught it with his bare hand, eliciting gasps from the crowd, and closed his fist around it. The fire compressed into a tiny ball of white-hot light, which he then tossed casually into the air where it exploded like a miniature sun. The flash temporarily blinded everyone in the arena. When their vision cleared, Dumbledore was standing exactly where he had been, but McGonagall had vanished again. This time, however, he didn't look around in confusion. He pointed his wand directly at the ground beneath his feet and said clearly, "Revelio." The earth rippled, and McGonagall was revealed. She had transfigured herself into the very ground, planning to reform around Dumbledore and contain him. Exposed before her plan could be completed, she was forced to reform several feet away. Dumbledore didn't waste the opportunity, sending a barrage of spells that forced her further back, closer to the edge of the arena. 10 minutes elapsed, Flitwick called. McGonagall was visibly tiring now. Her movements, while still precise, had lost some of their speed. Dumbledore, in contrast, seemed to be gaining momentum, his spells coming faster and more powerfully than before. "He's been holding back," Hermione realized. "All this time, he's been holding back." "And now he's not," Harry said grimly. Because she was almost winning. Indeed, McGonagall had come closer to containing Dumbledore than anyone had thought possible. Now she was paying the price as the headmaster pressed his advantage, forcing her into an increasingly defensive position. But McGonagall wasn't finished. As Dumbledore advanced, she suddenly stopped retreating. Instead, she planted her feet firmly and raised her wand high above her head. "Tempestas Maxima," she intoned, her voice carrying clearly across the arena. The sky above them, already cloudy with magical residue, darkened ominously. Wind began to swirl around the arena, picking up speed until it formed a visible funnel centered directly above McGonagall. Dumbledore paused, watching the forming storm with narrowed eyes. With a downward slash of her wand, McGonagall brought the tempest crashing down onto the dueling field. Wind, rain, and lightning engulfed both duelists, obscuring them from view. The spectators shielded their faces as the magical storm lashed against the protective barriers around the arena. Through gaps in the swirling chaos, they caught glimpses of the duelists, McGonagall standing at the eye of the storm, directing it with her wand, Dumbledore creating a bubble of calm around himself, his robes barely ruffling despite the hurricane-force winds. 12 minutes elapsed, came Flitwick's voice, barely audible over the howling wind. McGonagall seemed to have found her second wind. Within the storm, she moved with renewed purpose, sending bolts of lightning directly at Dumbledore, forcing him to constantly reinforce his protective bubble. For nearly 2 minutes, they remained in stalemate, McGonagall controlling the tempest, Dumbledore defending against its fury. Then, with a gesture so subtle many missed it, Dumbledore tapped his wand against his palm. The storm didn't dissipate. Instead, it reversed direction, swirling inward toward Dumbledore rather than outward from McGonagall. The headmaster had somehow taken control of her spell. McGonagall realized it a moment too late. The storm collapsed inward, and she was caught in the implosion, lifted off her feet and thrown violently backward. She landed hard near the edge of the arena, her wand flying from her grasp and skittering across the ground. A collective gasp went up from the crowd. Harry was on his feet without realizing he'd stood, hands clenched into fists. "Disarmament," Snape announced from the sidelines. "Victory condition achieved." But before Flitwick could confirm it, McGonagall moved. Still wandless, she rolled to her feet and thrust out her hand toward her fallen wand. To everyone's astonishment, it flew back into her grasp. "Wandless summoning," Hermione breathed. "That's bloody brilliant," Ron finished for her. Back in the arena, Dumbledore looked genuinely surprised for the first time. "Most impressive, Minerva," he called across the field. McGonagall didn't waste breath responding. She was already casting again, though her movements were now visibly strained. Dumbledore sighed, a sound that carried clearly in the sudden silence following the storm. "Enough," he said quietly, and made a simple gesture with his wand. McGonagall's wand flew from her hand again, this time with such force that no wandless magic could recall it. It soared across the arena and into Dumbledore's outstretched hand. "Disarmament confirmed," Flitwick announced. "Victory in round 2 goes to Albus Dumbledore." The arena reset itself as McGonagall walked back to her mark, her face expressionless. Dumbledore handed her wand to Flitwick, who returned it to her with a respectful nod. "The score stands at 1 draw, 1 victory to the challenged," Flitwick announced. "Final round will commence after the rest period." This time, both seconds approached their duelists. Snape handed Dumbledore a vial of clear liquid, which the headmaster sipped delicately. Across the field, Flitwick was speaking urgently to McGonagall, who nodded occasionally, her expression determined despite her obvious fatigue. In the stands, the atmosphere was electric. What had begun as an unexpected novelty, 2 professors dueling, had transformed into something historic. Every student present knew they were witnessing something that would be talked about for generations. "She can still win, right?" Harry asked anxiously. "Technically, yes," Hermione replied. "If she achieves disarmament or containment in the final round, they'll be tied, and a tie goes to the challenger according to the ancient rules." "But practically?" Ron pressed. Hermione bit her lip. "Practically. Dumbledore is barely exerting himself. And Professor McGonagall is exhausted." Harry's hand crept unconsciously to his scar, which had been prickling uncomfortably throughout the duel. "She has to win," he said quietly. "She's fighting for me." The rest period ended all too quickly. Flitwick returned to the center of the arena, calling, "Combatants, prepare for the final round. 3, 2, 1. The golden spark shot from his wand for the 3rd time. What happened next caught everyone by surprise. Instead of attacking or defending, McGonagall straightened to her full height and spoke, her voice magically amplified to reach every corner of the arena and stands. "Before we continue, I wish to address the reason for this duel directly." Dumbledore tilted his head slightly, curious but not interrupting. "I challenged Headmaster Dumbledore because I discovered Harry Potter bears 73 distinct dark magical signatures, including what appears to be a soul fragment of Voldemort himself." A collective gasp went up from the crowd, followed by urgent whispers. All eyes turned to Harry, who shrank into his seat, mortified yet somehow relieved that the truth was now public. "The headmaster," McGonagall continued, "has known of this condition since the night the boy's parents were murdered, yet has chosen to leave him untreated, believing it necessary for some greater strategy against Voldemort's eventual return." Dumbledore's expression remained impassive, but his eyes had lost their twinkle entirely. "I objected to this approach and formally challenged his guardianship under the ancient laws of magical protection. This duel will determine whether Harry Potter receives immediate treatment from a panel of experts, or remains cursed according to the headmaster's plan." Her gaze swept the stands, lingering briefly on Harry. "I want every witness here to understand what we are fighting for. Not academic disagreement. Not personal ambition. But the well-being of a child who has already suffered more than any child should." She turned back to Dumbledore. "Now we may continue." For a long moment, Dumbledore didn't move or speak. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he lowered his wand. "You are right to call me to account, Minerva," he said, his voice equally amplified. "Though I believe my approach is necessary for reasons I cannot fully explain, I cannot deny that my methods appear cruel when stated so plainly." He turned to face the stands, locating Harry with unerring precision. "Harry, I have indeed known about your condition. I still believe, that attempting to remove the dark magic prematurely could be catastrophic, not only for you but for the wizarding world. But perhaps I have been too certain of my own wisdom, too reluctant to consider alternatives." He turned back to McGonagall. "This duel has demonstrated that even an old wizard like myself can be surprised, can be challenged to reconsider his assumptions." A murmur ran through the crowd. Was Dumbledore conceding? But the headmaster raised his wand once more. "However, the stakes are too high for me to surrender without being certain. If you wish Harry to be examined by experts, Minerva, you must defeat me in this final round. I will not hold back further." McGonagall nodded once, sharply, and raised her own wand. What followed was unlike anything Hogwarts had seen in centuries. Gone was any pretense of restraint or caution. Both duelists unleashed magic of such power and complexity that many of the younger students could barely follow what was happening. Dumbledore moved like a man half his age, his wand a blur as he cast spell after spell. No longer content with simply defending or neutralizing McGonagall's attacks, he pressed forward with offensive magic that forced her to constantly retreat and shield. McGonagall fought with the desperation of someone who knew she was overmatched but refused to yield. Her transfigurations became increasingly creative and complex. The ground beneath Dumbledore's feet transformed into quicksand, then glass, then writhing tentacles. The air around him solidified into crystal structures that refracted his own spells back at him. Her own robes separated into hundreds of cloth strips that flew at him like razors. But for every ingenious attack, Dumbledore had a counter. He moved through the transfigured battlefield like a dancer, neutralizing threats with casual flicks of his wand and returning fire with spells of such power that the protective barriers around the arena vibrated with the impact. 5 minutes elapsed, Flitwick announced, though neither duelist seemed to hear. They were fully absorbed in the battle now, their focus absolute. Sweat beaded on McGonagall's brow as she maintained a complex shield against Dumbledore's latest barrage. The headmaster's eyes were alight with magical energy, his silver hair and beard floating slightly in the waves of power emanating from his wand. "She can't win," Hermione whispered, her voice tight with concern. "He's too powerful." "She doesn't have to overpower him," Harry replied, not taking his eyes off the duel. "She just needs to outsmart him once." As if hearing his words, McGonagall suddenly changed tactics. Instead of continuing to defend against Dumbledore's onslaught, she dropped her shields entirely and pointed her wand at herself. "Geminio Illugio," she said clearly. Instantly, 5 identical McGonagalls stood where there had been one. They moved in perfect synchronization, each casting a different spell at Dumbledore from a different angle. Dumbledore paused, momentarily surprised by the unexpected tactic. He quickly recovered, casting a wide-range spell that would dispel illusions, but all 5 McGonagalls remained solid. "Not illusions," Flitwick murmured from the sidelines. "Something more complex." Dumbledore was forced onto the defensive for the first time in the final round, creating a dome shield that protected him from all directions as he analyzed the new threat. The 5 McGonagalls pressed their advantage, circling Dumbledore's shield and casting continuously, looking for a weakness. For nearly a minute, they maintained the assault, forcing Dumbledore to constantly reinforce different sections of his shield. 10 minutes elapsed, came Flitwick's announcement. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as he studied the 5 identical figures. Then, with a decisive motion, he thrust his wand toward the ground and twisted. The entire arena floor liquefied instantaneously. 4 of the McGonagalls stumbled and began to sink, only one maintained her footing, transforming the liquid ground beneath her feet into a solid platform. "There," Dumbledore said with certainty, and sent a powerful binding spell directly at the McGonagall who remained standing. But he had been deceived. The moment his spell left his wand, that McGonagall dissolved into mist, while one of the sinking figures suddenly rose upward, the liquid ground solidifying beneath her feet. The real McGonagall, revealed at last, cast a binding spell of her own, catching Dumbledore in a moment of surprise. Magical ropes wrapped around the headmaster, pinning his arms to his sides. For a crucial second, he was contained. A cheer went up from the Gryffindor section of the stands. Harry was on his feet, hardly daring to breathe. Had she done it? But Dumbledore was not so easily defeated. Before Flitwick could begin counting the containment, the ropes binding Dumbledore burst into flames and disintegrated. The headmaster didn't waste his advantage. With a powerful sweep of his wand, he sent a wave of force outward that knocked McGonagall off her feet. Before she could recover, he cast a spell that froze the ground beneath her into slick ice. McGonagall struggled to regain her footing, but the ice offered no purchase. As she slid, Dumbledore cast again, this time a simple Expelliarmus that caught her off guard. Her wand flew from her hand for the 3rd time, arcing high into the air before Dumbledore caught it neatly. "Disarmament confirmed," Flitwick announced. Victory in the final round goes to Albus Dumbledore. By a score of 2 victories to none, with 1 draw, the duel is concluded in favor of the challenged. A heavy silence fell over the arena. McGonagall remained on her knees on the ice, her expression unreadable. Across from her, Dumbledore stood with her wand in his hand, looking not triumphant but deeply sad. Harry felt as if a great weight had settled on his chest. McGonagall had lost. She had risked everything for him, and she had lost. Now she would be forced to step down as deputy headmistress and take an unbreakable vow never to speak of what she had discovered about him. And he would remain cursed, carrying Voldemort's soul fragment and who knew what other dark magic, because Dumbledore deemed it necessary. Dumbledore crossed the arena slowly, the ice beneath his feet turning to normal ground with each step. When he reached McGonagall, he extended his hand, offering her wand back to her. "You fought admirably, Minerva," he said quietly, though his voice carried in the silence. "Few have ever pressed me so hard." McGonagall accepted her wand with dignity, rising to her feet without taking his offered hand. "The terms of our agreement will now take effect," Dumbledore continued. "You will step down as deputy headmistress, make no further objection to my handling of Harry Potter, and take an unbreakable vow of silence regarding what you have discovered." McGonagall nodded once, her face pale but composed. "I am ready to fulfill my obligation." Dumbledore studied her for a long moment, then did something that surprised everyone. He smiled. "I believe that won't be necessary," he said. A murmur of confusion ran through the crowd. "The terms were clear," McGonagall said cautiously. "Indeed they were," Dumbledore agreed. "And I am choosing to waive them." He turned to face the stands, his voice projecting to reach every ear. "This duel has reminded me of something important, something I fear I had begun to forget in my focus on the greater good. We are, first and foremost, protectors of children. All our grand strategies and long-term plans must never come at the expense of a child's well-being." His gaze found Harry in the crowd. "Harry, I still believe there are grave risks in attempting to remove the dark magic you carry. But Minerva is right, you deserve the chance to be free of these burdens if it is possible. Therefore, I will permit a panel of experts, chosen jointly by myself and Professor McGonagall, to examine you and determine if safe removal is possible." The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Harry sat frozen in his seat, hardly daring to believe what he was hearing. Beside him, Hermione was beaming. "He's doing the right thing," she said, wiping away a tear. "Bloody hell," Ron muttered. "All that, and he's just giving in anyway." "Not giving in," Harry corrected quietly. "Growing." On the field, McGonagall was regarding Dumbledore with cautious hope. "You are serious, Albus? You will permit Harry to be examined and treated?" "I will," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though I insist on certain precautions and on being present for all examinations and treatments. There are aspects to Harry's condition that even you do not fully understand, Minerva." "Agreed," McGonagall said immediately. "When can we begin?" "Arrangements will be made immediately," Dumbledore replied. He turned to the crowd once more. "This duel is concluded. All students will return to their dormitories while the staff convenes in the Great Hall." As the spectators began to disperse, chattering excitedly, Dumbledore added quietly to McGonagall, "You will, of course, remain as deputy headmistress. I can think of no one better suited to the role, particularly now that you have demonstrated your willingness to stand up to me when necessary." McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been the beginning of a smile. "I shall endeavor not to make a habit of it, Headmaster." "On the contrary," Dumbledore replied, his eyes regaining a hint of their familiar twinkle, "I hope you will. It seems I have grown too accustomed to deference in my old age. A bit of challenge now and then is healthy, I think." As they walked off the field together, Harry felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to find Professor Flitwick standing beside him. "Mr. Potter," the tiny professor said solemnly, "the headmaster requests your presence in the hospital wing in 1 hour." It seems you are about to have quite a thorough medical examination. Yes, sir, Harry replied, his heart racing with a mixture of fear and hope. I'll be there. As Flitwick walked away, Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder. Blimey, mate. What a morning. First McGonagall and Dumbledore try to kill each other, then everyone finds out you've got you-know-who stuck to your forehead, and now they're going to try and get him off. Ronald. Hermione hissed, elbowing him sharply. Have some sensitivity. But Harry found himself laughing, partly from nerves, partly from relief, partly from the absurdity of Ron's summary. It's all right, he assured Hermione. Ron's not wrong. As they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower with the other students, Harry's hand drifted to his scar. For the first time since learning what it contained, he felt something like hope. Whatever happened next, he wasn't facing it alone. Professor McGonagall had fought for him, had risked everything for him. And even Dumbledore, despite his victory, had chosen to do the right thing in the end. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might finally be free of the darkness he'd unwittingly carried for 10 years. The hospital wing was unusually crowded an hour later. Dumbledore and McGonagall were there, of course, along with Madame Pomfrey, Professor Snape, and 3 strangers Harry didn't recognize. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore greeted him as he entered. Thank you for being prompt. Allow me to introduce our panel of experts. This is Master Healer Andromeda Tonks from St. Mungo's. A dignified witch with kind eyes nodded to Harry. Cursebreaker William Weasley from Gringotts. A young man with long red hair tied back in a ponytail and a fawn earring grinned at Harry. Call me Bill. Ron's my little brother. And unspeakable Saul Croaker from the Department of Mysteries. A wizard with nondescript features and watchful eyes inclined his head slightly. They have all taken magical oaths of confidentiality regarding what they will learn here today, Dumbledore explained. They represent the finest minds in healing, curse-breaking, and the study of magical mysteries, respectively. Harry nodded nervously. What are you going to do to me? First, a thorough examination, Healer Tonks replied in a gentle voice. We need to understand exactly what we're dealing with before we attempt any treatment. Nothing we do today should cause you pain or discomfort, Harry. If at any point you wish to stop, you need only say so, McGonagall added firmly, giving the experts a look that clearly communicated what would happen if they ignored this directive. Right, Harry said, swallowing. Where do we start? Perhaps it would be best if Harry and the examiners had some privacy, Dumbledore suggested. I'm staying, McGonagall stated flatly. It wasn't a request. Dumbledore nodded, seeming unsurprised. As will I, Severus, your expertise may be needed if they identify potions-based curses. Snape inclined his head slightly, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an unreadable expression. Very well, Healer Tonks said briskly. Harry, please lie down on this bed. We'll begin with standard diagnostic charms, then progress to more specialized detection methods. Harry did as instructed, trying to control his nervousness as the adults gathered around him. Madame Pomfrey drew curtains around the bed, creating a private examination area. I'd like to begin by assessing the patient's overall magical signature, Tonks said, raising her wand. This will give us a baseline before we start looking for specific dark magic. She cast a complex charm that caused Harry's body to glow with a soft golden light. Within that glow, however, darker patches were clearly visible, most prominently around his scar, but also scattered throughout his magical aura. Merlin's beard, Bill Weasley muttered, leaning closer. I count at least 15 distinct curse signatures just from a preliminary scan. 17, Croaker corrected, his eyes narrowed. The ones near his magical core are overlapping. Let's catalog them systematically, Tonks suggested. Starting with the most recent and working backward. What followed was the most thorough magical examination Harry had ever experienced, not that he had much basis for comparison. Each expert cast different diagnostic spells, sometimes discussing their findings in technical terms Harry couldn't follow, other times explaining what they were seeing in simpler language. "This one's a memory suppression charm," Bill said at one point, indicating a dark blue strand near Harry's temple. "Fairly recent, I'd say within the last 2 years. And these are magical bindings," Croker added, pointing to several thin black threads that seemed to wrap around Harry's magical core. "Designed to limit accidental magic and magical development. Some dating back to infancy, others more recent." "What about the soul fragment?" McGonagall asked tersely. "Can you confirm its presence?" The 3 experts exchanged glances. Then Croker stepped forward. "With your permission, Mr. Potter, I need to cast a specialized detection charm. It may cause your scar to tingle unpleasantly, but it should not be painful." "Go ahead," Harry said, bracing himself. Croker's wand movements were unlike any spell Harry had seen before, intricate patterns that seemed to fold in on themselves, accompanied by whispered words in a language that wasn't Latin or any modern tongue Harry recognized. His scar didn't just tingle, it burned, though not as badly as it had during certain moments at the Dursleys when he'd had nightmares. A black mist seemed to rise from it, forming a vague shape before Croker contained it with another spell. "Soul magic," the unspeakable confirmed grimly. "Specifically, a soul fragment. Not voluntarily placed, but torn away by violent magic and latched onto the nearest living vessel, in this case, Mr. Potter." "Voldemort's soul?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "Yes." Croker banished the contained mist with a flick of his wand. "Unmistakably. The magical signature is distinct." "Can it be removed?" Harry asked, the question he'd been holding back bursting from him. "Can any of it be removed?" The experts shared another look. "Many of the minor curses and bindings can be removed relatively easily," Bill said. "The memory charms would require a skilled obliviator to safely reverse. The soul fragment is more problematic," Croker said carefully. "Traditional methods of destroying a soul vessel would also destroy the host." Harry's heart sank. "However," Croker continued, "there may be alternatives. The Department of Mysteries has been researching soul magic for centuries. There are experimental procedures that might allow for extraction without harm to the host." "Experimental?" McGonagall repeated sharply. "How experimental? What are the risks?" "The primary risk is incomplete extraction," Croker explained. "If any portion of the fragment remains, it could regrow over time. The secondary risk is magical trauma to Mr. Potter's own soul and magic. In the worst case, he could lose his magical abilities entirely." A heavy silence fell over the group. "Perhaps," Dumbledore said finally, "we should proceed in stages. Remove the simpler curses first, then address the more complex issues once Harry has had time to adjust and recover." "A sensible approach," Tonks agreed. "Some of these bindings have been in place for years. Removing them all at once could cause magical shock." "What about the soul fragment?" Harry asked insistently. "I don't want him inside me any longer than necessary." "I understand, Harry," Dumbledore said gently. "But rushing could be dangerous. The fragment has been part of you for 10 years. A few more weeks or months, while we prepare a safe extraction method, will make little difference. Unless Vol, who tries to come back before then," Harry pointed out. "An astute observation," Snape said, speaking for the first time. "The Dark Lord's potential return is indeed a factor to consider." "All the more reason to proceed cautiously," Dumbledore countered. "If the soul fragment is connected to Voldemort's continued existence, removing it improperly could have unintended consequences." "I believe," McGonagall interjected, "that Harry should have a say in how we proceed. It is his body and his magic at stake, after all." All eyes turned to Harry, who felt suddenly overwhelmed by the responsibility of deciding. I think Professor Dumbledore is right about doing it in stages," he said slowly. "But I don't want to wait too long for everything. If there are curses you can safely remove now, I'd like you to do that. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. A wise decision, Harry. Healer Tonks, Bill, would you be able to begin removing some of the minor curses today? Certainly, Tonks replied. The monitoring charms and the most recent binding spells can be safely removed immediately. The older bindings should be removed gradually over several sessions. And I can break the constraint curse on his magical development, Bill added. That one's actually pretty straightforward, and removing it will make his magic more stable, which will help with the removal of other curses. Very well, Dumbledore agreed. Let us begin there. Saul, I would ask that you consult with your colleagues in the Department of Mysteries about the soul fragment. We will need a detailed extraction plan before attempting anything so delicate. Croaker nodded. I'll need to take magical readings from Mr. Potter to bring back to the department. With your permission, he added, looking at Harry. Go ahead, Harry said, still a bit dazed by all the technical discussion. The next hour passed in a blur of spellcasting and magical manipulation. Bill and Tonks worked methodically, identifying each minor curse and carefully dismantling it. Occasionally they would pause to allow Harry's magic to stabilize before continuing. With each curse removed, Harry felt different. Not dramatically so, but as if subtle weights he hadn't known he was carrying were being lifted. His thoughts seemed clearer, his awareness of the magic around him sharper. The monitoring charms are gone, Bill announced eventually. And we've removed the 3 most recent binding spells. I'd recommend waiting at least 48 hours before we attempt to remove any more. I concur, Tonks said, checking a magical readout hovering above Harry. His magical core is already showing signs of expansion as the constraints are removed. Too much too quickly could be destabilizing. How do you feel, Harry? McGonagall asked, her expression concerned but hopeful. Harry sat up slowly, taking stock of his body and magic. I feel lighter, he said. And kind of tingly all over. But in a good way, I think. That's your magic responding to the removal of the constraints, Tonks explained. It's like a muscle that's been held in one position too long finally being allowed to stretch. Will I be more powerful now? Harry asked hesitantly. Not immediately, Bill replied. But your magical development should proceed normally now, rather than being artificially limited. You'll likely find certain spells easier to learn and cast. For now, I believe Mr. Potter should rest, Madame Pomfrey interjected. Magical core adjustments require recovery time. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Harry, you are excused from classes for the remainder of the day. I suggest you return to your dormitory and rest. We will continue this process in 2 days' time. Harry nodded, sliding off the bed. His legs felt slightly wobbly, but stronger than he'd expected. Thank you, he said, looking around at the assembled adults. All of you. For helping me. You're very welcome, Mr. Potter, Tonks said warmly. Just doing my job, Bill added with a wink. Though I expect I'll be getting an excited letter from Ron about all this. I shall escort you to Gryffindor Tower, McGonagall said, moving to Harry's side. To ensure you arrive safely. As they left the hospital wing, Harry glanced up at his head of house. Professor. Thank you. For fighting for me. Even though you lost the duel, you still sort of won in the end. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. In matters of principle, Mr. Potter, sometimes challenging the status quo is victory enough, regardless of the formal outcome. She placed a hand briefly on his shoulder. And I would do it again in an instant. In the days that followed, Hogwarts was abuzz with discussions of the duel and its aftermath. The story had spread beyond the school walls as well. The Daily Prophet ran a front-page article titled Hogwarts Professor's Duel Over Boy Who Lived, though thankfully most of the details about Harry's condition remained confidential. Harry himself became the center of even more attention than usual, though the nature of it had changed. Before, students had stared because of his fame. Now, they watched him with a mixture of curiosity, concern, and in some cases, fear. The knowledge that he carried a fragment of Voldemort's soul made some give him a wide berth in corridors. Others, however, were supportive. Fred and George Weasley took to walking ahead of Harry between classes, announcing, "Make way for the boy who's getting uncursed," until McGonagall put a stop to it. The treatments continued as promised. Every other day, Harry visited the hospital wing, where Bill Weasley and sometimes Healer Tonks carefully removed another constraint or monitoring charm. With each session, Harry felt his magic growing stronger and more responsive. "Your magical core is adapting beautifully," Tonks told him during his 4th session. "Much faster than we expected, actually. Your natural magical strength must be quite substantial to have remained so viable despite the constraints." The biggest change came after Bill removed a particularly complex binding spell during the 6th session. That night, Harry dreamed more vividly than ever before, but instead of the usual nightmares about green light and high laughter, he dreamed of a cozy room with a fire crackling in the grate, a woman with red hair singing softly, and a man's voice saying, "Look, Harry, look what Padfoot sent you." When he woke, tears were streaming down his face, but he was smiling. For the first time, he had dreamed of his parents, not their deaths, but their lives. "Memory suppression charm," Bill explained when Harry described the dream. "The one we removed yesterday was blocking early memories. As your mind adjusts, you might recover more memories from before that Halloween night." The soul fragment remained untouched while the Department of Mysteries developed an extraction protocol. Unspeakable Croaker visited periodically to take readings and consult with Dumbledore. 2 weeks after the duel, Harry was summoned to the headmaster's office for the first time. He gave the password to the gargoyle, acid pops, and rode the spiral staircase upward, wondering what awaited him. Dumbledore was seated behind his desk when Harry entered, with McGonagall standing nearby. The headmaster gestured to a comfortable chair. "Please, sit down, Harry. Would you care for a lemon drop?" "No, thank you, sir," Harry replied, taking the offered seat. "I have asked you here today because we have received news from the Department of Mysteries regarding the soul fragment," Dumbledore said, getting directly to the point. "They believe they have developed a method for its removal that presents minimal risk to you." Harry sat up straighter. "Really? When can we do it?" "The procedure has been scheduled for this Saturday," McGonagall informed him. "It will take place in a specially prepared chamber within Hogwarts. A team of unspeakables will perform the extraction," Dumbledore continued. "The process is complex but, they assure me, safe. You will be unconscious throughout." "What exactly will they do?" Harry asked, both eager and apprehensive. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a glance. "The technical details are somewhat beyond my understanding," Dumbledore admitted. "It involves elements of ancient soul magic, combined with modern magical theory. In essence, they will create a temporary vessel that is more attractive to the soul fragment than you are, then use specialized magic to encourage the fragment to transfer voluntarily." "Like a magical magnet?" Harry suggested. "An apt analogy," Dumbledore agreed with a small smile. "The key advantage of this method is that it does not attempt to forcibly tear the fragment away, which would risk damaging your own soul and magic. Instead, it persuades the fragment to leave of its own accord. There is one aspect of the procedure you should be aware of," McGonagall added, her expression serious. "The unspeakables believe that you may experience some temporary magical instability following the extraction. Your magic has been intertwined with the fragment for a decade. When it is removed, there may be a period of adjustment." "What kind of instability?" Harry asked nervously. "Nothing dangerous," Dumbledore assured him. "Perhaps some difficulty with spell control, possibly unintentional magic similar to what young children experience. The effects should subside within a few days as your magical core rebalances itself." Harry nodded slowly, processing this information. "And after that? Will I be normal?" Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, sadness, perhaps, or regret. "Harry, You must understand that normal is a complex concept, he said gently. The removal of the soul fragment will certainly free you from its influence, which is no small thing. But you will still be Harry Potter, with all that entails. Your connection to Voldemort through your scar may diminish but might not disappear entirely. And the prophecy, Albus, McGonagall interrupted sharply. We agreed not to burden him with that yet. Quite right, Minerva, Dumbledore conceded. Forgive me, Harry. There will be time enough for such discussions after your recovery. What prophecy? Harry asked immediately. McGonagall gave Dumbledore a look that clearly said, now see what you've done. The headmaster sighed. There is a prophecy concerning you and Voldemort, made shortly before your birth. It is one of the reasons he targeted your family that night. However, I believe it would be unwise to share its contents with you before the extraction procedure. Such knowledge might influence your mental and magical state in ways that could complicate the process. Harry wanted to protest, but something in Dumbledore's expression stopped him. Instead, he asked, will you tell me afterward? Once the soul fragment is gone. Yes, Dumbledore promised. Once you have recovered from the procedure, we will discuss the prophecy and its implications fully. All right, Harry agreed reluctantly. So. Saturday, then. Saturday, McGonagall confirmed. You will need to fast from midnight Friday, and Madame Pomfrey will give you a purifying potion Friday evening to prepare your system. I suggest you inform Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, Dumbledore added. They will no doubt wish to support you, though they cannot be present for the procedure itself. Harry nodded, already imagining Hermione's research frenzy and Ron's mixture of concern and fascination. One more thing, Harry, Dumbledore said as Harry rose to leave. I wish to thank you. Thank me? Harry repeated, confused. For what? For your patience and courage throughout this process, Dumbledore replied. And for being the catalyst that forced me to reconsider a course of action I had convinced myself was necessary, despite its cost to you. He glanced briefly at McGonagall. It takes a great deal of wisdom to recognize when one has become too committed to a particular path to see alternatives. You, and Professor McGonagall, have given me that opportunity. Harry wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. You're welcome, I guess. But really, I should be thanking you both for helping me. As he left the office, Harry felt lighter than he had in weeks. Saturday couldn't come soon enough. Saturday arrived with agonizing slowness. Harry had spent Friday fielding concerned questions from his friends and trying not to think too much about what would happen the next day. The purifying potion Madame Pomfrey had given him tasted vile and left him feeling hollow and slightly dizzy. Ron and Hermione accompanied him to the entrance of the chamber that had been prepared for the procedure. Located in a rarely used section of the dungeons, it was guarded by two unspeakables in grey robes. Good luck, mate, Ron said, clapping him awkwardly on the shoulder. We'll be waiting when you wake up. Hermione hugged him tightly. Everything's going to be fine, she whispered fiercely. I've read everything I could find about magical extractions, and this approach is the safest possible option. Thanks, Harry said, hugging her back. Both of you. He took a deep breath and approached the guards, who nodded and opened the heavy stone door behind them. The chamber beyond was unlike anything Harry had seen at Hogwarts. The walls, floor, and ceiling were covered in intricate runes that glowed with a soft silver light. In the center stood a stone table shaped like a five-pointed star, surrounded by 5 obsidian pillars. Unspeakable Croaker was there, along with 4 other grey-robed figures. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape stood to one side, observing silently. Mr. Potter, Croaker greeted him. Thank you for your punctuality. Are you ready to proceed? Harry nodded, trying to control the nervous flutter in his stomach. Excellent. Please remove your shoes and outer robes, then lie on the table. We will begin with a series of preparatory enchantments before inducing magical sleep. Harry did as instructed, the stone cold beneath his back as he settled onto the star-shaped table. Croaker approached with a small vial of silvery liquid. "This is a specialized sleeping draught," he explained. "Unlike standard potions, it puts only your conscious mind to sleep while leaving your magical core fully active. This will allow us to work with your magic during the extraction." Harry took the vial and, with a final glance at McGonagall, who gave him an encouraging nod, drank it in one swallow. The effect was immediate and strange. Rather than the gradual drowsiness of normal sleep, Harry felt his awareness split. His body became distant and immobile, while his magical sense heightened dramatically. He could feel the runes around the room humming with power, sense the distinct magical signatures of everyone present, and most disturbingly, perceive the dark, oily presence attached to his scar. Through half-lidded eyes that he could no longer control, he watched as the unspeakables took positions around the star table, each standing before one of the obsidian pillars. Croaker placed a small object in the center of Harry's forehead, directly over his scar. It felt cold and seemed to vibrate slightly. "Beginning primary containment field," one of the unspeakables announced. The five began to chant in unison, their voices resonating strangely in the runic chamber. The pillars around Harry began to glow with a deep purple light that gradually extended upward, forming a pentagonal prism of energy that enclosed him completely. Within this magical construct, Harry felt the dark presence in his scar stir uneasily. It seemed to press against the boundaries of his consciousness, searching for escape or defense. "Soul fragment is responsive," another unspeakable reported. "Proceeding with separation protocol." The chanting changed, becoming more intricate. The object on Harry's forehead grew warmer. Through his enhanced magical awareness, Harry could feel it drawing the dark presence toward itself, slowly, gently, but with inexorable force. The sensation was bizarre, like having a splinter slowly extracted, but from his very being rather than his flesh. There was no physical pain, but a deep, existential discomfort as something that had been part of him for as long as he could remember began to detach. The fragment resisted. Harry could feel its reluctance, its desperate clinging to the familiar host. As the extraction continued, the resistance grew stronger, and with it came flashes of alien emotion, rage, fear, hatred, emotions that didn't belong to Harry but nonetheless flooded through him. "Resistance encountered," Croaker announced tensely. "Increasing attraction field." The chanting intensified, and the object on Harry's forehead began to pulse with light. The pulling sensation strengthened, and Harry felt something within him begin to tear. For the first time, there was pain, not physical, but a deep psychic agony as the soul fragment fought its extraction with everything it had. Harry wanted to scream, to tell them to stop, but his body remained paralyzed by the potion. Through the haze of pain, he heard urgent voices. "We're losing containment, the fragment is attempting to burrow deeper, we need to increase power to the vessel." Then, unexpectedly, a new voice cut through the chaos. "Snape's. The boy's mind is fighting you," the potion's master said sharply. "He perceives the extraction as an attack and is resisting alongside the fragment. You must separate their responses." "How?" Croaker demanded. "Let me speak to him," McGonagall's voice, closer now. "Harry can hear us in this state. He needs to understand what's happening." There was a brief pause in the chanting, though the pentagonal field remained in place. Then Harry felt a warm hand on his arm. "Harry," McGonagall said, her voice gentle but clear. "I know you can hear me. What you're feeling now is the soul fragment's resistance, not your own pain. It's trying to make you fight the extraction. You must allow it to go, Harry. Don't hold on to it. Let it be drawn to the vessel." Understanding bloomed in Harry's magical consciousness. The pain, the resistance, they weren't coming from him, but from the fragment. He had been unconsciously fighting alongside it, believing the extraction was harming him. With this realization, Harry mentally stepped back, separating his awareness from the fragments. Immediately, the pain diminished, becoming distant and alien rather than immediate. "That's it," McGonagall encouraged. "Just like that. Let it go, Harry. The unspeakables resumed their chanting, and the pulling sensation returned. But this time, Harry didn't resist. He mentally pictured the fragment as something separate from himself, a dark parasite that had attached itself to his soul, not a part of his true being. The extraction accelerated. Harry could feel the fragment's fury and terror as it lost its grip on him, but those emotions no longer affected him as they had before. They were not his feelings, they never had been. With a final surge of magic from the unspeakables, the fragment tore free. Harry felt it leave him like a physical weight lifting from his forehead. The object there, the vessel, grew briefly hot, then cold, then neutral. Containment successful, Croaker announced, his voice thick with relief. Soul fragment extracted and secured. A collective exhale seemed to fill the chamber. The pentagonal field dimmed but didn't disappear completely. Vital signs, someone asked. Stable, came the reply. Magical core showing expected turbulence but nothing dangerous. We'll maintain the stabilization field for another hour while his magic settles, Croaker decided. The emergency phase is complete. Harry felt McGonagall's hand squeeze his arm gently. Well done, Harry, she whispered. Rest now. The worst is over. As if her words were a permission he'd been waiting for, Harry felt himself sliding into true sleep, not the magical paralysis of before, but genuine, peaceful unconsciousness. His last thought before darkness claimed him was simple but profound, I'm free. Harry woke slowly, his consciousness returning in gentle waves rather than the abrupt awakening he was accustomed to. He became aware first of soft sheets beneath him, then of quiet voices nearby, and finally of an unusual lightness in his head and magic. He opened his eyes to find himself in the hospital wing. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, suggesting it was midday or early afternoon. Beside his bed sat Professor McGonagall, engaged in quiet conversation with Madame Pomfrey. Ah, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey said, noticing his open eyes. Welcome back. How do you feel? Harry took a moment to assess himself before answering. Different, he said finally. Lighter. And my head feels clearer somehow. McGonagall smiled, a rare, genuine smile that transformed her usually stern features. That's to be expected. You've been carrying a considerable burden for many years without realizing it. Did it work? Harry asked, pushing himself up against his pillows. Is it really gone? Completely, McGonagall confirmed. The unspeakables verified it multiple times before they left. The soul fragment has been safely contained and removed from Hogwarts for study and eventual destruction. Your magical readings have already begun to normalize, Madame Pomfrey added, gesturing to a glowing chart hovering at the foot of his bed. Though you may experience some instability for the next few days, as the headmaster warned you. Harry nodded, then frowned slightly. Where is Professor Dumbledore? He was called away to the ministry shortly after your procedure was completed, McGonagall explained. Minister Fudge was concerned about certain aspects of the situation. The headmaster felt it best to address those concerns personally. Translation: the minister was panicking about Voldemort's soul fragment and Dumbledore was doing damage control. Harry could imagine how that conversation was going. How long was I asleep? He asked. Nearly 24 hours, Madame Pomfrey replied. Your body needed the rest to adjust to the extraction. 24 hours. Harry repeated, alarmed. So it's Sunday already? Yes, just after noon, McGonagall confirmed. Your friends have been quite persistent in their attempts to visit. I believe they're currently waiting in the corridor, having been informed that you were likely to wake soon. Can I see them? Madame Pomfrey hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Briefly. And only 2 visitors at a time. You're still recovering, Mr. Potter. McGonagall rose. I'll send them in and leave you to your reunion. We can discuss the next steps in your treatment tomorrow, once you're more fully recovered. As she turned to leave, Harry called after her. Professor. Thank you. For everything. For noticing the curses, for challenging Dumbledore, for being there during the extraction. I heard your voice, you know. It helped. McGonagall's expression softened. You're very welcome, Mr. Potter. Rest assured, had I known of your condition earlier, would have acted sooner. No child should carry such burdens alone. After she left, the hospital wing doors burst open to admit Ron and Hermione, both looking anxious until they saw Harry sitting up in bed. Harry! Hermione cried, rushing to his side. You're awake. How do you feel? Did it work? What was it like? Give him a chance to breathe, Hermione, Ron said, though he looked equally eager for answers as he took a seat on the other side of Harry's bed. Harry grinned at them both. It worked. The soul fragment is gone. That's wonderful. Hermione exclaimed. And the other curses? Most of them are gone too, Harry explained. Bill and Healer Tonks removed all but the oldest ones before the extraction. They'll finish the rest once my magic stabilizes again. Blimey, Ron said, shaking his head. I still can't believe you had you-know-who stuck to your head all this time. That's properly mental, that is. Ronald. Hermione hissed. But Harry laughed. It is mental. The whole thing. But now. He touched his scar, which felt different somehow, flatter, less sensitive. Now it's just a scar. Not a connection to Voldemort. Ron winced at the name but didn't comment. What was the extraction like? Hermione asked, her academic curiosity clearly warring with her concern for Harry's well-being. Harry described the procedure as best he could, including the strange sensation of magical awareness and the moment when McGonagall had helped him understand how to separate himself from the fragment's resistance. That's fascinating, Hermione breathed. The potion they gave you must have induced a state of magical trance while maintaining conscious awareness of magical energies. I've read about such states, but they're usually only achievable through years of meditative practice. Leave it to Hermione to turn your soul surgery into a research opportunity, Ron said with a grin, earning himself an elbow in the ribs. What's been happening while I was out? Harry asked, eager for news. Does everyone know what happened? Not the details, Ron replied. Dumbledore made an announcement at breakfast that your medical procedure had been successful and that you were recovering well. Most people assume it was about removing dark curses, but they don't know about the, you know. He gestured vaguely to Harry's forehead. The teachers all know, though, Hermione added. Professor Flitwick actually cried when McGonagall told the staff it had worked. Hagrid's been beside himself, he wanted to visit, but Madame Pomfrey said you needed undisturbed rest. And my brothers are planning some kind of celebration in the common room for when you're released, Ron said. Fred and George have been collecting butterbeer and sweets all weekend. That's brilliant, Harry said, touched by everyone's concern and support. They chatted for a while longer before Madame Pomfrey shooed Ron and Hermione away, insisting that Harry needed more rest. After they left, she gave him another potion, for magical stability, and dimmed the lights around his bed. As Harry drifted back to sleep, he realized that for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he felt completely at peace. No dark presence lingered at the edges of his consciousness. No foreign emotions intruded on his thoughts. He was simply Harry, just Harry, at last. Harry was released from the hospital wing on Tuesday, with strict instructions to avoid casting any magic for at least another 48 hours. His return to Gryffindor Tower was met with enthusiastic celebration, just as Ron had promised. To Harry. Fred and George toasted, raising butterbeer bottles. The boy who got uncursed. The entire common room cheered, clinking glasses and patting Harry on the back. It was overwhelming but heartwarming to see how much his housemates cared, even without knowing all the details of what had happened. Classes resumed the following day. Harry found them simultaneously easier and more challenging than before. His understanding of magical theory seemed to have improved dramatically, concepts that had been confusing before now made perfect sense. However, his practical spellcasting was erratic, just as Dumbledore had warned. In charms, his levitation charm sent a feather rocketing to the ceiling with such force that it embedded itself there. In transfiguration, his match-to-needle transformation worked perfectly, but then the needle multiplied into a dozen, all dancing across his desk. Perfectly normal, Mr. Potter, McGonagall assured him after class. Your magical core is recalibrating itself. Think of it as learning to walk again after having worn ill-fitting shoes for years. By the weekend, his magic had stabilized considerably. On Saturday morning, he received a note at breakfast. Mr. Potter, please come to my office at 11 o'clock this morning. The password is, Fizzing Whiz Bee. There are matters we must discuss. Albus Dumbledore. Harry showed the note to Ron and Hermione over breakfast. The prophecy, Hermione said immediately. He promised to tell you about it after the extraction, remember? Harry nodded, his stomach clenching nervously. What do you think it says? Something about you defeating you-know-who, obviously, Ron said around a mouthful of toast. Why else would he have come after your family? But if it's about defeating Voldemort, why keep it secret all these years? Harry wondered. I suppose we'll find out soon, Hermione said practically. Just, be prepared for it to be significant, Harry. Prophecies in the wizarding world aren't taken lightly. At 11 o'clock sharp, Harry gave the password to the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office and rode the spiral staircase upward. When he knocked on the door, a calm voice called, Enter. Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, with McGonagall and, surprisingly, Snape in chairs to either side. They all looked up as Harry entered. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore greeted him warmly. Thank you for coming. Please, take a seat. He gestured to a comfortable armchair facing his desk. Harry sat, glancing curiously at Snape, whose expression was as inscrutable as ever. You're looking well, Dumbledore observed. Madame Pomfrey tells me your recovery has been remarkably swift. I feel good, Harry confirmed. My magic's still a bit unpredictable sometimes, but it's getting better. Excellent. Now, I believe I promised to discuss certain matters with you once the soul fragment had been removed. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his blue eyes intense behind his half-moon spectacles. Specifically, the prophecy that led to Voldemort's attack on your family. Harry nodded, his mouth suddenly dry. Before I share its contents, I must ask that you keep this information strictly confidential. The full prophecy is known only to a very few individuals, and it must remain that way for your safety. I understand, Harry said. Dumbledore studied him for a moment, then nodded, apparently satisfied. Very well. The prophecy was made shortly before your birth, by Professor Trelawney during her job interview with me. Professor Trelawney? Harry repeated, startled. He had yet to have divination class, but he'd heard from older students that Trelawney was considered something of a fraud. Indeed. Though Professor Trelawney rarely produces genuine prophecies, when she does, they are significant. Dumbledore raised his wand to his temple and extracted a silvery strand of memory, which he deposited in a shallow stone basin on his desk. This is a pensieve, he explained. It allows one to view memories with perfect clarity. Rather than simply telling you the prophecy, I believe it would be more meaningful for you to hear it as I did. He tapped the silvery substance with his wand, and a figure rose from the basin, a much younger Trelawney, her eyes unfocused, her voice harsh and rasping in a way utterly unlike her normal dreamy tone. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. The figure sank back into the pensieve, and silence fell over the office. Harry stared at the now smooth silver surface, his mind racing to process what he had just heard. That's That's about me, he asked finally, his voice barely above a whisper. It could have referred to two boys, both born at the end of July to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times, Dumbledore replied. Yourself, or Neville Longbottom? Neville? Harry said incredulously. Yes. However, the prophecy specified that Voldemort would mark him as his equal. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Harry's scar. When Voldemort chose to attack you rather than Neville, when he gave you that scar, he effectively selected you as his prophesied opponent. But why did he attack me at all? If the prophecy says I have the power to vanquish him, wouldn't it have been smarter to just leave me alone? A logical observation, Snape spoke for the first time. However, the Dark Lord only heard the first part of the prophecy, that a child born at the end of July to parents who had thrice defied him would have the power to defeat him. He did not hear that by marking you, he would fulfill the prophecy. How do you know he only heard part of it? Harry asked, then froze as realization dawned. You were there. Snape's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes flickered briefly to Dumbledore before returning to Harry. I was in the Dark Lord's service at that time. I overheard the beginning of the prophecy and reported it to him. I did not hear the entire thing. Harry felt a surge of anger. You told Voldemort? You're the reason he came after my parents. Harry, Dumbledore interrupted gently but firmly. Professor Snape made a terrible mistake, one he has spent the last 11 years atoning for. When he learned that Voldemort had interpreted the prophecy to mean your family, he came to me immediately, begging me to hide and protect all of you. It was insufficient, Snape said quietly, his voice devoid of emotion. My actions led to Lily Potter's death. That is a fact I live with every day. Harry stared at him, confusion mixing with his anger. There was something in Snape's voice when he mentioned Harry's mother, something raw and painful that didn't match the sneering professor he knew from potions class. What does the prophecy mean? He asked finally, turning back to Dumbledore. Either must die at the hand of the other. Does that mean I have to kill Voldemort? Or he has to kill me? It means, McGonagall said, speaking for the first time, that according to the prophecy, you and Voldemort are the only ones capable of truly defeating each other. And yes, ultimately, one of you must die for the conflict to end. But he's already gone, Harry pointed out. He died when he tried to kill me as a baby. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged glances. I'm afraid not, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. Voldemort was severely weakened, his body destroyed, but he did not die. The soul fragment you carried was evidence of that, a piece of his soul that survived his apparent destruction. He's still out there. Harry whispered, horror dawning. In a greatly reduced form, yes, Dumbledore confirmed. I believe he currently exists as a sort of wraith, without a true body but still possessed of consciousness and limited magical abilities. He will be seeking ways to return to power. Harry sat back in his chair, overwhelmed. And I'm supposed to stop him. Me. Because of this prophecy. Prophecies are curious things, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. They often become true precisely because people believe in them and act accordingly. Had Voldemort ignored the prophecy, it might never have come to pass. By attacking you, he created the very adversary the prophecy foretold. But now I have no choice, Harry said bitterly. Either I kill him or he kills me. There is always choice, Harry, Dumbledore replied. You could choose to ignore the prophecy, to live your life as if it had never been made. Many would understand such a decision. But Voldemort wouldn't ignore it, would he? He'd still come after me. Most likely, yes, Dumbledore acknowledged. He believes in the prophecy and fears your potential power over him. What power? Harry asked frustratedly. The prophecy says I have power the Dark Lord knows not, but I'm just me. I'm not special. You are far more special than you realize, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said firmly. Even with all the constraints and dark magic you carried, your magical ability has been remarkable. Now that you are free of those burdens, your true potential can finally emerge. And the power he knows not need not be magical in nature, Dumbledore added. It could refer to qualities Voldemort lacks or underestimates: love, compassion, friendship, sacrifice. Harry wasn't convinced. Those things wouldn't help much in a duel against the darkest wizard of all time. What happens now? He asked. Do I just wait for him to come back and try to kill me again? Now, Dumbledore said, leaning forward, we prepare. Not with fear or obsession, but with purpose and hope. You will continue your education at Hogwarts, developing your magical skills and knowledge. You will be monitored closely as the final curses are removed and your magic fully stabilizes. And when the time comes, and I fear it will come, you will not face Voldemort alone. Indeed not, McGonagall agreed emphatically. Recent events have made it abundantly clear that you will have advocates and protectors, Mr. Potter, regardless of prophecies or Dark Lords. Harry looked between the three adults, processing everything he had learned. The prophecy was a heavy burden, but somehow, it felt less overwhelming than carrying Voldemort's soul fragment had been. At least now he knew what he was facing, and he wasn't facing it alone. All right, he said finally. I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth. Dumbledore nodded, his expression grave but kind. You have shown remarkable resilience, Harry. Your parents would be very proud of the young man you are becoming. The meeting concluded shortly after that. As Harry descended the spiral staircase, his mind was still reeling from all he had learned. The prophecy, Snape's role in his parents' deaths, Voldemort's continued existence, it was almost too much to process. But beneath the confusion and concern, he felt something else, determination. For 10 years, he had unknowingly carried a piece of Voldemort within him. Now that he was free of that burden, he wouldn't allow fear of the future to become a new one. Whatever came next, he would face it with clear eyes and an unburdened soul. Outside the gargoyle, Ron and Hermione were waiting anxiously. Well? Ron asked as soon as Harry appeared. What did he say? Harry hesitated, remembering Dumbledore's request for confidentiality. But these were his best friends, the people who had stood by him through everything so far. If he couldn't trust them, who could he trust? Let's find somewhere private to talk, he said. I've got a lot to tell you. As they walked away together, Harry realized that this, friendship, loyalty, trust, might well be part of the power the Dark Lord knows not. And for now, at least, that would have to be enough. Chapter 3, New Paths. The late autumn sun cast long shadows across the Hogwarts grounds as Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way to the edge of the Black Lake. In the month since the soul fragment's removal, Harry had developed a habit of coming here in the afternoons. Something about the vast, glimmering water helped clear his mind when it became too crowded with thoughts. And lately, his mind had been very crowded indeed. You're doing it again, Hermione said, studying him with a concerned expression. Doing what? Harry asked, selecting a smooth stone and skipping it across the lake's surface. It bounced 7 times before sinking, twice his previous record. That, she said, pointing at the ripples spreading outward from where the stone had disappeared. Your magic. It's leaking. Harry sighed. He hadn't noticed, but now that she mentioned it, he could feel it, the subtle flow of power extending from his fingertips into the stone, guiding its path across the water. It wasn't intentional, just another example of his magic manifesting in ways he couldn't quite control. Sorry, he muttered, shoving his hands into his pockets. Don't be, Ron said, attempting his own stone skip that managed only 2 hops. It's brilliant. Wish I could do magic without trying. It's not brilliant when you accidentally set your bedsheets on fire, Harry reminded him. That had happened just last week. A nightmare about the extraction procedure had triggered a surge of defensive magic, and he'd woken to find his 4-poster wreathed in blue flames. Fortunately, the flames hadn't burned him, though his sheets hadn't been so lucky. Your control is improving, Hermione offered encouragingly. Professor Flitwick said your channeling exercises are helping. Harry nodded absently. The channeling exercises, structured magical activities designed to help him regulate his newly unbound power, were part of his daily routine now. So were the thrice-weekly sessions with Bill Weasley to remove the remaining curses, and the private lessons with McGonagall on advanced magical theory. It was exhausting, but effective. Each day, his magic felt more like a part of him rather than a wild force seeking expression. Each day, the headaches diminished and his spellwork grew more precise. I just wish it would settle faster, he admitted, sitting down on a flat rock by the water's edge. Everyone keeps telling me how much potential I have now, but all I seem to do is break things or set them on fire. You did turn Malfoy's hair pink when he tried to hex you in the corridor, Ron pointed out with a grin. That was brilliant. That was accidental, Harry reminded him, though he couldn't help smiling at the memory of Draco's horrified expression. The point is, Hermione said, sitting beside Harry, your magic is responding to your intentions even when you don't cast a formal spell. That's extraordinarily advanced, Harry. Most wizards never develop that kind of intuitive magical response. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. He didn't feel advanced, he felt unstable, unpredictable. Like his magic was constantly waiting just beneath his skin, eager to be used. Did you finish Snape's essay? He asked, deliberately changing the subject. Ron groaned dramatically and flopped onto his back in the grass. Don't remind me. 3 feet on the interactions between asphodel and wormwood in healing potions. The man's a sadist. He's been different lately, though, Hermione observed thoughtfully. Less hostile. Especially toward you, Harry. It was true. Since the day in Dumbledore's office when Harry had learned of Snape's role in the prophecy, the potions master had subtly altered his behavior. He still wasn't kind, Harry doubted Snape knew how to be kind, but the active antagonism had faded, replaced by a cool, professional detachment. I think he's feeling guilty, Harry said quietly. About my parents. About me carrying that soul fragment for so long. Well, he should feel guilty, Ron declared. His fault, wasn't it? Harry didn't answer immediately. His feelings about Snape remained complicated. The man had indeed been partly responsible for his parents' deaths, but he'd also helped save Harry during the extraction ritual. And according to Dumbledore, he'd spent the past decade working to atone for his mistakes. I don't know if it's that simple, Harry finally replied. Nothing seems simple anymore. That reminds me, Hermione said, reaching into her bag. I've been doing some research on magical cores and development. She extracted a thick, leather-bound book. There's a fascinating chapter here about cases where magical bindings were removed from young wizards. The results varied, but in several instances, the subjects developed unusual magical affinities afterward. Affinities? Harry repeated. Particular branches of magic that came more naturally to them than others, she explained. Often in areas that had been most heavily suppressed by the bindings. She flipped to a marked page. Have you noticed anything like that? Any type of magic that feels particularly easy now? Harry thought about it. Transfiguration, maybe. McGonagall says I'm progressing faster than expected. You're also getting really good at defense, Ron added. Your shield charm yesterday was strong enough to bounce Seamus across the room. That was an accident, Harry said quickly. I didn't mean to put so much power into it. Still counts, Ron insisted. Hermione was watching Harry with that intense, analytical expression she got when solving a particularly complex problem. What about wandless magic? Have you tried any intentionally? Harry hesitated. He hadn't mentioned his experiments with wandless magic to anyone except McGonagall. It had started small, attempting to summon his glasses from his nightstand without his wand. To his shock, they had flown into his hand on his first try. A little, he admitted. It's easier than it should be, according to McGonagall. She says most wizards need years of study before they can perform even simple wandless spells. Can you show us? Hermione asked eagerly. Harry glanced around to ensure they were alone, then focused on a pebble near Ron's foot. He extended his hand, visualizing the stone rising into the air, and felt the now familiar surge of magic flowing down his arm. The pebble shot upward, then hovered at eye level, rotating slowly. Bloody hell, Ron whispered, sitting up to stare at the floating stone. That's not just levitation, Hermione said, her eyes wide. You're manipulating it with complete control. That's incredible, Harry. Harry maintained the stone's position for another few seconds before gently lowering it back to the ground. The effort left him feeling only slightly drained, a marked improvement from his early attempts, which had exhausted him completely. McGonagall thinks it's because wandless magic was one of the abilities most heavily suppressed by the bindings, he explained. Like my magic is making up for lost time or something. That makes sense with what this book describes, Hermione said, tapping the page. It says that magical bindings don't truly reduce a person's magical potential, they just prevent access to it. When the bindings are removed, the suppressed magic often manifests more strongly than it would have otherwise, as if it's been building up pressure. Great, Harry sighed. So I'm basically a magical pressure cooker about to explode. More like a magical prodigy finally allowed to develop naturally, Hermione corrected. Think about it, Harry, if you can do controlled wandless magic after just a month of practice, imagine what you'll be capable of in a year. Or 5 years. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. Harry had never considered himself particularly powerful or talented. Even after learning he was a wizard, he'd assumed he'd be average at best, just muddling through like he always had. Now, everyone from Dumbledore to McGonagall to Flitwick was treating him like some kind of magical wunderkind. It was a lot to live up to. Especially with a prophecy hanging over his head. Let's head back, he suggested, standing up. It's almost time for dinner, and I've got that session with Bill afterward. As they walked back toward the castle, Harry noticed several younger students pointing and whispering as he passed. That was nothing new, he'd been the subject of whispers since arriving at Hogwarts. But the nature of the whispers had changed. Before, it had been about his fame, his scar, his status as the boy who lived. Now, it was about his magic, his duel with Malfoy in defense class, the rumors that he could perform spells without a wand. Ignore them, Hermione advised, seeing his discomfort. They'll find something else to talk about eventually. Yeah, Ron agreed. Like the fact that we still haven't found out what that three-headed dog is guarding on the 3rd floor. Ron! Hermione hissed, glancing around nervously. We're not supposed to talk about that, remember? Their accidental discovery of the massive three-headed dog, Fluffy, according to Hagrid's slip of the tongue, had taken a backseat to Harry's treatments and training. But the mystery remained, what was the beast guarding, and why was it in a school full of children? We've got more important things to worry about right now, Harry reminded them as they entered the castle. Like me not accidentally blowing up the dormitory. Fair point, Ron conceded. Though exploding the dormitory might get us out of Snape's essay. Ronald. Their good-natured bickering continued as they made their way to the Great Hall for dinner. Harry let it wash over him, grateful for the normalcy his friends provided in a life that had become increasingly extraordinary. Bill Weasley was waiting in the converted classroom on the 2nd floor that had become their regular meeting place. The eldest Weasley's son looked up from the ancient text he was studying and grinned as Harry entered. Right on time, Bill said, marking his place in the book and setting it aside. How are you feeling today? Good, Harry replied, taking his usual seat in the center of the room. No headaches since yesterday morning, and I managed to transfigure a matchbox into a mouse in class without it multiplying or growing extra tails. Progress. Bill declared, looking genuinely pleased. And the wandless experiments? Getting easier. More controlled. Bill nodded approvingly. Excellent. Today should be relatively straightforward, then. We're down to the last few bindings, the oldest ones, placed when you were still an infant. Harry had learned that the bindings had been applied in layers over the years. The most recent, placed during his time with the Dursleys, had been the first to be removed. These had primarily been monitoring charms and spells designed to suppress accidental magic. The middle layer, applied during his early childhood, had included memory modifications and magical constraints. Now they were down to the original layer, spells cast in the days immediately following his parents' deaths. Will removing these change me? Harry asked hesitantly. I mean, more than the others did. Bill considered the question seriously. It's possible. These bindings have been part of you longer than any others. They've shaped your magical development from the beginning. Removing them might unlock abilities or tendencies that have been suppressed your entire life. What kind of abilities? Hard to say, Bill admitted. The scans show they're primarily focused on your magical core rather than specific abilities. They seem designed to dampen, for lack of a better term. To reduce your overall magical strength rather than block particular skills. Harry frowned. Why would Dumbledore want to make me weaker? I don't think that was the intention, Bill said carefully. From what I can tell, these bindings were placed very soon after you-know-who's attack, when your magic would have been extremely volatile. They might have been necessary to stabilize you as an infant. But he left them there, Harry pointed out. For 10 years. Bill ran a hand through his long red hair, looking uncomfortable. That's between you and Dumbledore, Harry. I'm just here to break curses, not defend or criticize the headmaster's decisions. Harry nodded, accepting the diplomatic response. His relationship with Dumbledore remained complicated. He was grateful for the help now being provided, but couldn't entirely forget or forgive the decade of neglect and manipulation. So how do we do this? He asked, redirecting the conversation. Similar to previous sessions, Bill explained, moving into more comfortable professional territory. I'll identify and isolate each binding, then carefully unravel it while monitoring your magical stability. If at any point your core shows signs of destabilizing, we'll pause and allow it to settle before continuing. Harry removed his outer robe and rolled up his sleeves, as had become their routine. Bill drew his wand and began casting diagnostic charms, creating a three-dimensional magical diagram that hovered between them, showing Harry's magical core and the remaining bindings wrapped around it. 3 major bindings left, Bill murmured, studying the diagram. Plus several minor anchoring charms. We'll start with the anchors and work our way inward. The process was familiar by now. Bill would isolate a binding, carefully tease apart its magical structure, then dissolve it with a precise counterspell. Harry would feel a brief surge of discomfort, like a muscle cramping and then releasing, followed by a subtle expansion of his magical awareness. The anchoring charms came away easily. The first major binding proved more stubborn, clinging tenaciously to Harry's core despite Bill's skilled manipulation. This one's fighting back, Bill said, frowning in concentration. It's got a loyalty component, it's trying to remain loyal to the caster. Dumbledore? Most likely. Bill adjusted his approach, modifying his counterspell. Let's try a different angle. The second attempt worked better. The binding loosened, then unraveled with a sensation that made Harry gasp, like a tight band around his chest suddenly snapping. All right? Bill asked quickly. Yeah, Harry managed, taking a deep breath. Just felt bigger than the others. Your magical readings just jumped significantly, Bill confirmed, checking the monitoring charm floating beside them. Core capacity increased by nearly 15% with just that one binding removed. Is that a lot? It's substantial, Bill said, sounding impressed. Most adult wizards work for years to increase their core capacity by even 5%. You just gained 3 times that in seconds. Harry wasn't sure how to feel about that. Proud? Angry that he'd been artificially limited for so long? Both, probably. Ready for the next one? Bill asked after giving Harry a moment to adjust. Ready. The second binding came away more easily than the first, though the resulting sensation was no less intense. This time, Harry felt it primarily in his mind rather than his body, a clarity, as if a fog he hadn't known was there had suddenly lifted. Interesting, Bill murmured, studying the monitoring charms. That one seems to have been suppressing magical perception rather than raw power. You might find yourself more sensitive to magical auras and energies now. As if to prove his point, Harry suddenly became aware of Bill's magic in a way he hadn't been before. It wasn't visible, exactly, but he could sense it, a warm, steady presence with a distinct pattern that somehow felt uniquely Bill. I can feel your magic, Harry said wonderingly. It's red and gold, but also earthy somehow. And it has a pattern like the symbols I've seen you use in curse breaking. Bill's eyebrows shot up. That's unusual. Magical aura perception typically requires specialized training. Or innate ability, I suppose. Is it bad? Not bad, just rare, Bill assured him. It might be overwhelming at first, especially in magical places like Hogwarts. Try to think of it as a new sense that you need to learn to filter, like how you don't consciously notice every sound or smell around you unless you focus on it. Harry nodded, already attempting to push the awareness of Bill's magic to the background of his perception. It partially worked, fading from his immediate attention though not disappearing completely. Last binding, Bill announced after Harry had settled. This looks like the original one, the foundation for all the others. It's deeply integrated with your core, so this removal might be more intense than the previous ones. Ready? Harry took a deep breath and nodded. Ready. Bill began the now familiar process of magically unraveling the binding. This one resisted even more stubbornly than the first, requiring Bill to adjust his approach multiple times. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of careful manipulation, it began to loosen. Almost there, Bill murmured, sweat beading on his forehead from the sustained effort. On 3, I'm going to remove it completely. You might feel a significant surge. Try to stay relaxed and let your magic adjust naturally. 1, 2, 3. The binding dissolved, and Harry's world exploded into sensation. Magic, pure, raw, and unfettered, surged through him like a tidal wave breaking through a dam. Every cell in his body seemed to vibrate with it. The room around him became a kaleidoscope of magical energies, the ancient wards of Hogwarts pulsing through the walls, the residue of hundreds of spells cast in this classroom over the centuries, Bill's magic flaring with concern and concentration. Harry gasped, overwhelmed, as his newly liberated magic sought expression. Objects around the room began to rattle. The windows vibrated in their frames. Light fixtures flickered wildly. Harry. Bill's voice seemed to come from very far away. You need to contain it. Visualize your magic as water, flowing but controlled, not flooding. Harry tried to focus through the chaos of sensation. Water. Flowing but controlled. He pictured the Black Lake, vast but contained within its shores. His magic was like that, powerful but not boundless. He was its vessel, its channel, not its victim. Gradually, the surge subsided. The objects stopped rattling. The overwhelming awareness of magical energies receded to a manageable level. Harry slumped in his chair, exhausted but exhilarated. Bloody hell, Bill breathed, staring at the monitoring charms which were pulsing so brightly they were almost painful to look at. I've never seen anything like that. Your core just expanded exponentially. Is that bad? Harry asked for the second time that evening, his voice hoarse. Not bad, Bill assured him, though he looked slightly dazed. Just unexpected. That binding must have been suppressing far more than we realized. Your natural magical capacity appears to be, well, extraordinary. Harry closed his eyes, trying to process this new reality. He could feel his magic now in a way he never had before, a constant presence flowing through him, responsive to his thoughts and emotions. It felt right in a way he couldn't articulate, as if he'd spent his entire life viewing the world through smudged glasses and could finally see clearly. "I think we're done for today," Bill said, dismissing the monitoring charms with a wave of his wand. "You should rest and give your magic time to stabilize. No spellcasting until tomorrow at the earliest, and then start small. Very small." "Okay," Harry agreed, too overwhelmed to argue. "I'll need to report this to McGonagall and Dumbledore," Bill added. "This level of magical expansion is unprecedented. They'll want to adjust your training accordingly." Harry nodded absently, more concerned with the immediate challenge of standing up without his wobbly legs giving way beneath him. Bill noticed his struggle and offered a supporting arm. "Easy does it. Magical exhaustion is no joke." "But I don't feel exhausted," Harry said, realizing it was true. "I feel full. Like I could cast 100 spells and barely notice." Bill looked even more concerned at that. "That's the excess magic talking. Trust me, your body needs rest even if your magic feels limitless right now. Promise me you'll go straight to your dormitory and at least try to sleep." "I promise," Harry said, recognizing the sense in Bill's advice even as part of him vibrated with the desire to test his new capabilities. "No magic until tomorrow." As he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry became increasingly grateful for Bill's insistence on rest. The castle itself seemed to hum with magic he'd never consciously perceived before. The staircase's movement felt like a song he could almost hear, the portrait's animation like a gentle pulse against his awareness. By the time he reached the fat lady, his head was beginning to throb from the constant influx of new sensations. "Caput Draconis," he said, relieved when the portrait swung open immediately. The common room was bustling with evening activity, students studying, playing games, or simply chatting in comfortable groups. Harry tried to slip through unnoticed, but the sudden barrage of magical signatures, each student projecting their own unique aura, each enchanted object humming with purpose, sent him staggering against the wall. "Harry!" Hermione's voice cut through his disorientation. She was at his side in an instant, Ron close behind her. "What happened? Are you all right?" "Too much," Harry managed, closing his eyes against the overwhelming input. "Magic. Everywhere." Understanding dawned on Hermione's face. "The last bindings," she guessed. "They're gone." Harry nodded, keeping his eyes firmly shut. "Let's get him upstairs," Ron said practically. "Away from all this noise." Between them, they guided Harry to the boys' dormitory, which was blessedly empty. Harry sank onto his bed with a groan of relief, the quieter magical environment allowing him to regain some equilibrium. "Better?" Hermione asked anxiously. "Getting there," Harry replied, cautiously opening his eyes. The room still pulsed with magic, the enchanted windows, the ever-burning lamps, the protective charms woven into the very stones, but at a manageable level now that there were fewer people around. "What happened?" Ron asked. "Bill didn't warn you it would be like this?" "He didn't know," Harry explained, slowly sitting up. "The last binding was suppressing more than anyone realized. When it came off." He gestured vaguely, unable to find words to describe the experience. "Magical hypersensitivity," Hermione diagnosed. "I've read about it. Usually it only affects certain wizards born with the ability to perceive magical auras, but extreme magical events can trigger it in others." She studied Harry with scientific interest. "What can you see? Or sense?" Harry tried to articulate the barrage of impressions. "Everyone has a different signature, I guess. Yours is blue and organized, like a library but magical. Ron's is orange and warm, kind of like the burrow feels. The castle itself has layers, old magic in the foundations, newer spells added over centuries." He rubbed his temples. "It's a lot." "Wicked," Ron breathed. "Can you see through invisibility cloaks? Read minds? Tell if someone's lying?" "Ronald," Hermione scolded. "This is serious. Harry needs to learn to control this new sense or it could overwhelm him." She turned back to Harry. You need to build mental filters. Like a clemency, but for magical perception instead of mind reading. Great, Harry sighed. Another thing to learn. I bet McGonagall could help, Ron suggested. Or Dumbledore. This seems like the kind of weird magical ability they'd know about. Tomorrow, Harry said firmly. Bill told me to rest tonight. No magic, no training, just sleep. That's probably wise, Hermione agreed. Your mind needs time to adjust to the new input. Sleep might help your brain organize and filter the information naturally. Harry nodded gratefully, already feeling the pull of exhaustion beneath the magical hyper-awareness. His friends seemed to recognize his need for solitude. We'll tell the others to give you space when they come up, Ron promised, moving toward the door. And I'll let McGonagall know what happened, so she doesn't worry when you miss breakfast tomorrow. Thanks, Harry said sincerely. Both of you. After they left, Harry didn't even bother changing into pajamas. He simply kicked off his shoes, drew the curtains around his four-poster, and collapsed onto his pillow. Despite the continuing awareness of magic surrounding him, his body's demand for rest soon won out, pulling him into a deep, dreamless sleep. Harry woke to sunlight filtering through his bed curtains and the distant sounds of students heading to morning classes. For a blissful moment, everything felt normal. Then he opened his eyes fully, and the magical world flooded back into his awareness. It was less overwhelming than the previous night, he noted with relief. Either he was adapting, or his exhaustion had made everything seem more intense than it actually was. He could still sense the magical signatures of the castle and its inhabitants, but the perception had receded to a background awareness rather than an all-consuming flood. A quick tempest charm, cast wandlessly without even thinking about it, revealed that it was nearly 10 o'clock. He'd slept through breakfast and the start of classes. Surprisingly, no one had woken him. As if summoned by his thoughts, a gentle knock sounded on the dormitory door. Mr. Potter? Are you awake? Professor McGonagall's voice. Yes, Professor, Harry called, hastily getting out of bed and attempting to smooth his rumpled clothes. McGonagall entered, looking unsurprised at his disheveled appearance. Mr. Weasley informed me of last night's developments. How are you feeling this morning? Better, Harry said honestly. Still, aware of everything, but it's not overwhelming anymore. McGonagall nodded, seemingly satisfied. That's to be expected. Magical sensitivity often stabilizes after the initial shock. She conjured a comfortable chair beside his bed and sat down. Mr. Weasley has provided me with a full report on the removal of your final bindings. It seems your natural magical capacity is considerably greater than any of us anticipated. There was something in her tone, a mixture of concern and pride, that made Harry look at her more closely. With his new perception, McGonagall's magic was fascinating, structured and precise like Hermione's, but with a depth and complexity that spoke of decades of magical mastery. It flowed around her in elegant patterns that reminded him of the transfigurations she performed so effortlessly. Is it going to be a problem? He asked. Being this sensitive? Not a problem, no, McGonagall assured him. But it will require additional training. Few wizards perceive magic as directly as you now can. It's a rare ability that typically manifests in those with a particular aptitude for certain branches of magic, warding, curse-breaking, or complex transfiguration. Like you, Harry realized. You can see it too, can't you? McGonagall's lips curved in a small smile. Indeed, Mr. Potter. Though in my case, the ability developed gradually over years of magical study, rather than emerging fully formed overnight. So what do I do now? Now, McGonagall said briskly, we adjust your training schedule. You'll need to learn how to filter magical perceptions, how to shield your own magical signature when necessary, and most importantly, how to safely channel your considerably expanded magical capacity. And regular classes? Harry asked, suddenly remembering that he should be in Transfiguration right now, McGonagall's own class. You're excused from classes today, she informed him. Tomorrow, we'll see. It depends on how quickly you adapt to your new abilities. She fixed him with a stern look. I must emphasize, Mr. Potter, that you should not attempt any significant magic until we've established proper control measures. Your current state is comparable to having an adult's magical power with a child's control. Bill said something similar, Harry acknowledged. No magic until I get the go-ahead. Minimal magic, McGonagall corrected. Complete suppression would be counterproductive at this point. Your magic needs channels of expression. She reached into her robes and extracted a small, crystalline object that looked like a prism. This is a magical dampening crystal. Carrying it will help reduce the intensity of your magical perceptions while you learn to manage them naturally. Harry accepted the crystal curiously. It felt cool against his palm, and as he held it, the background hum of Hogwarts magic indeed seemed to dim slightly, still present, but less intrusive. Thank you, he said, genuinely grateful for the relief. McGonagall nodded. The headmaster wishes to see you when you feel ready. He has insights into your condition that may prove helpful. Harry noticed the slight hesitation. You don't entirely trust his insights, do you? McGonagall's expression remained neutral, but Harry could see a subtle shift in her magical aura, protective pattern forming around its edges. I believe the headmaster has your best interests at heart, she said carefully. But I also believe in transparency and informed consent, particularly when it comes to magical development. You will hear his perspectives, and mine, and make your own decisions about how to proceed. The statement wasn't exactly an answer, but it told Harry everything he needed to know. McGonagall still had reservations about Dumbledore's approach, even after their duel and his apparent change of heart. I'd like to hear your perspective first, Harry said. Something like approval flickered in McGonagall's eyes. Very well. In my opinion, your current condition is both an opportunity and a responsibility. You have been granted access to magical abilities that most wizards work decades to develop, if they achieve them at all. This is not due to any special merit or destiny, but simply because artificial constraints have been removed. She leaned forward slightly. The responsible approach is to develop these abilities methodically, with an emphasis on control rather than power. Magic without discipline is dangerous, to yourself and others. I would recommend a structured program focusing on the fundamentals, occlumency to organize your mind and perceptions, wandless control exercises to regulate your output, and careful advancement through standard magical education with additional safety measures. And Dumbledore's perspective? Harry asked. McGonagall hesitated. I would not presume to speak for the headmaster. However, he has historically placed greater emphasis on preparing you for your prophesied role in opposing Voldemort. This might suggest a training approach more focused on defensive and combative magic, potentially accelerating your development in those areas. Harry considered this. Both approaches had merit, but McGonagall's emphasis on fundamentals and control resonated with his own experience. He'd seen firsthand what happened when his magic exceeded his ability to direct it properly. I think I prefer to start with your approach, he said finally. At least until I have better control. McGonagall nodded, looking pleased. A wise decision, Mr. Potter. We'll begin this afternoon, if you feel up to it. For now, I suggest you eat something. She waved her wand, and a tray of food appeared on his nightstand, and perhaps spend some time experimenting with the dampening crystal. Adjusting its distance from your person will allow you to gradually acclimate to different levels of magical perception. She rose to leave, then paused. One more thing, Mr. Potter. Your friends are quite concerned about you. Would you like me to send them up during their lunch period? Yes, please, Harry said, suddenly realizing how hungry he was as the aroma from the breakfast tray reached him. After McGonagall left, Harry ate ravenously while experimenting with the crystal as suggested. He discovered that wearing it on a conjured string around his neck provided a comfortable level of dampening, enough to function normally while still maintaining some awareness of the magical environment. By the time Ron and Hermione arrived at lunchtime, he was feeling almost normal, or at least, normal for his new reality. "You look better," Ron observed as they entered the dormitory. "Much better," Hermione agreed, studying him clinically. "The hypersensitivity is under control." Harry held up the crystal. "Magical dampener. McGonagall gave it to me. And I think I'm adjusting naturally too." "What's it like?" Ron asked eagerly. "Can you still see our magical signatures?" Harry nodded. "Yours hasn't changed since yesterday." "Still very Weasley." "Wicked," Ron grinned. "What about Hermione's?" "Still organized and blue. But now I can see more details, like how it changes when she's thinking hard about something." Harry glanced at Hermione, whose aura was indeed shifting into a more structured pattern as she considered his words. "Fascinating," she murmured. "Can you perceive specific spells as well? Like if I cast Lumos, would you see the magic forming?" "Try it," Harry suggested. Hermione drew her wand. "Lumos." Harry watched, fascinated, as her magic flowed from her core, through her arm, into her wand, and manifested as light at its tip. The entire process was visible to his new senses, a beautiful, efficient channeling of magical energy. "I can see exactly how you're casting it," he confirmed. "How your magic moves from inside you, through the wand, and becomes light." "That could be incredibly useful for teaching," Hermione said excitedly. "You could literally see what someone is doing wrong when they cast a spell." McGonagall mentioned something like that, Harry recalled. "She said this sensitivity often appears in people who are good at certain branches of magic, including teaching transfiguration." "Speaking of McGonagall," Ron said, "she told us you're starting special training this afternoon." "What's that about?" Harry explained McGonagall's proposal for a structured approach to managing his new abilities, as well as the hints about Dumbledore's different perspective. "McGonagall's right," Hermione said immediately. "You need fundamentals before anything else. Especially occlumency, it's the basis for so many advanced magical disciplines." "What even is occlumency?" Ron asked. "I've heard Bill mention it, but it's not taught at Hogwarts, is it?" "It's the art of magically organizing and protecting your mind," Hermione explained. "It's usually taught to cursebreakers, aurors, and others who need mental discipline for their work. The basic techniques are about sorting memories and thoughts, creating mental structures to contain them." "Sounds complicated," Ron said doubtfully. "It is," Hermione admitted. "But it's also essential for someone with Harry's level of magical sensitivity. Without mental organization, the constant input could become overwhelming again." Harry nodded, remembering the flood of perceptions from the previous night. "McGonagall's going to start teaching me this afternoon. She said we'd need to adjust my entire training schedule." "What about regular classes?" Hermione asked, looking concerned about the prospect of Harry missing educational opportunities. "Tomorrow, maybe. Depends on how today goes." Harry shrugged. "Honestly, I'm not sure how I'll handle being around so many people with all their different magical signatures. The common room was overwhelming last night, and a classroom would be worse." "You could try the Great Hall at dinner tonight," Ron suggested. "Just for a few minutes. See how it goes with the crystal helping." It was a reasonable suggestion. Harry needed to test his limits in a controlled way before jumping back into regular school activities. "I might do that," he agreed. "After my session with McGonagall." They spent the rest of the lunch period catching Harry up on what he'd missed in morning classes, very little, according to Ron, a critically important foundation for next week's lessons, according to Hermione. When the bell rang signaling the end of lunch, his friends departed reluctantly for afternoon classes, promising to take detailed notes. Left alone again, Harry found himself restless. Despite McGonagall's warnings about using magic, he couldn't resist experimenting a little with his new awareness. He removed the crystal from around his neck, setting it on his nightstand, and allowed his full magical perception to return. The dormitory bloomed into magical life around him. He could see the protective enchantments woven into the walls, the minor charms on his trunk, the lingering traces of magic from spells cast by his dorm mates. Fascinating as it was, he forced himself to focus on something specific, his own magical core. Closing his eyes, Harry turned his perception inward. What he found astonished him. His magic no longer felt like the tentative, flickering force he'd been struggling to control since arriving at Hogwarts. Instead, it was a vast, swirling pool of energy, deep and powerful, with currents and eddies that responded to his thoughts and emotions. Experimentally, he tried to direct a small portion of it, just a trickle, down his arm and into his fingertips. The result was immediate and dramatic. His hand lit up with a glow visible even through his closed eyelids, and he felt the magic eagerly pushing for release, like water pressing against a dam. Harry quickly pulled the energy back, startled by how responsive it was to his direction. This was nothing like the struggle to cast spells he'd experienced in classes. This was magic answering his call instantly, almost before he finished forming the intention. He opened his eyes, heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. If directing a trickle produced such a strong response, what would happen if he tried to channel more? The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. One step at a time, he reminded himself aloud, reaching for the dampening crystal and replacing it around his neck. The reduction in magical sensitivity was almost a relief after the intensity of his experiment. He still had an hour before his scheduled meeting with McGonagall, time enough to shower, change into fresh clothes, and mentally prepare himself for whatever new challenges the afternoon would bring. Professor McGonagall was waiting in her office when Harry arrived, precisely on time. The space looked different through his magically sensitive eyes, layers of protective enchantments covering the walls, intricate spellwork embedded in various objects around the room, and McGonagall herself radiating controlled magical power. "You're wearing the crystal," she noted approvingly. "How are you finding it?" "Helpful," Harry replied, taking the seat she indicated. "Though I took it off briefly to experiment with sensing my own magical core." McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "Did you cast any spells during this experiment?" "Not exactly," Harry admitted. "I just tried directing a small amount of magic into my hand." "It responded very strongly." "I suspected it might," McGonagall said, looking unsurprised. "Your magical control has always been intuitive rather than structured. That approach will need to change now that your power has expanded so dramatically." She drew her wand and cast a complex privacy charm around her office. "Today, we'll begin with the basics of occlumency. This discipline will serve several purposes for you, organizing your magical perceptions, improving your spell control, and eventually, protecting your mind from external influence." "External influence?" Harry repeated. "You mean like mind reading?" "Legilimency is the proper term," McGonagall corrected. "And yes, that is one concern, particularly given your connection to Voldemort. Though the soul fragment has been removed, the prophecy suggests your minds may remain linked in some way. Occlumency would provide protection against such a connection." Harry hadn't considered that possibility. The idea that Voldemort might be able to access his thoughts was deeply disturbing. "How do we start?" he asked, eager to begin building these mental defenses. "With breathing," McGonagall said simply. She conjured a small, silver object that resembled a pocket watch and placed it on the desk between them. "This is a meditation timer. We'll begin with 5 minutes of focused breathing. Clear your mind of all thoughts and concentrate only on the rhythm of your breath." Harry tried not to look skeptical. He'd expected something more magical. But he obediently closed his eyes and attempted to focus on his breathing as instructed. It was surprisingly difficult. Thoughts kept intruding, questions about his new abilities, worries about the prophecy, random observations about the magic he could sense around him. Each time, he tried to redirect his focus back to his breath, but within seconds, his mind would wander again. After what felt like an eternity, the timer chimed softly. Harry opened his eyes, feeling frustrated by his lack of progress. "That was terrible," he admitted. "I couldn't focus at all. On the contrary, McGonagall replied, you did exactly as expected for a first attempt. Clearing the mind is not about achieving perfect emptiness, it's about recognizing when thoughts arise and gently setting them aside. That recognition is the first step toward mental organization. She reset the timer. This time, instead of trying to think of nothing, visualize your thoughts as objects, perhaps books or papers, and imagine placing them on a shelf or in a drawer to be examined later. The second attempt went slightly better. Harry found the visualization helpful, picturing his random thoughts as scraps of parchment that he could fold and put away in imaginary drawers. Still, new thoughts kept appearing faster than he could organize them. Better, McGonagall said when the timer chimed again. Now, for the third exercise, I'd like you to focus specifically on your magical perception. Notice the different magical signatures you can sense, but instead of analyzing them, simply acknowledge their presence and set them aside. This proved to be the most challenging exercise yet. The moment Harry focused on his magical perception, it intensified, overwhelming him with details about the enchantments surrounding them. It took all his concentration to simply observe these sensations without being drawn into examining them. Enough for today, McGonagall said after the timer chimed for the third time. You've made a good start. These exercises should be practiced daily, ideally morning and evening, for at least 10 minutes each session. Consistency is more important than duration at this stage. Harry nodded, feeling mentally tired but also intrigued by the potential of these techniques. Will this really help with controlling my magic? Undoubtedly, McGonagall confirmed. Magic responds to intention and focus. By organizing your mind, you clarify your intentions and sharpen your focus. The results can be dramatic, particularly for someone with your natural power. She opened a drawer in her desk and removed a small, leather-bound book. This text contains additional exercises and explanations of occlumency principles. Study it, but practice only the basic techniques we've covered today until I instruct you otherwise. Some advanced methods can be dangerous if attempted prematurely. Harry accepted the book with interest. Thank you, Professor. Now, McGonagall continued, we should discuss the practical aspects of your situation. You'll need to return to regular classes soon, tomorrow, if possible. The dampening crystal will help, but you'll also need strategies for managing in crowded magical environments. They spent the next hour discussing various techniques for filtering magical input, focusing on physical sensations to ground himself, mentally, turning down the volume on magical perceptions, and in extreme cases, briefly removing himself from overwhelming situations. What about my actual spellcasting? Harry asked as their session was winding down. How do I avoid overpowering every spell I try? An excellent question, McGonagall approved. The simplest approach is to begin with spells that have natural limiting factors, charms like Lumos or Wingardium Leviosa, where excess power produces increased intensity or duration rather than dangerous side effects. She demonstrated by casting a Lumos charm that began quite dim and gradually increased in brightness. The key is to start with minimal power and increase gradually until you achieve the desired effect. It's the opposite of what most students must learn, they struggle to channel enough magic, while you must learn to channel less. When can I start practicing? Harry asked eagerly. We'll begin controlled practice tomorrow afternoon, McGonagall promised. For tonight, continue with the breathing exercises, read the first chapter of the occlumency text, and perhaps attempt a brief visit to the Great Hall during dinner, as Mr. Weasley suggested. Harry looked surprised. You know about that? McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. Very little happens in Gryffindor Tower that I don't eventually hear about, Mr. Potter. Particularly when it concerns a student under special supervision. Their session concluded with McGonagall providing Harry with a note excusing him from homework due that day and a schedule for the coming week, a mixture of regular classes, private training sessions, and meetings with various specialists, including Bill Weasley and, interestingly, Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion before becoming a teacher, McGonagall explained, seeing Harry's questioning look. His expertise in precise magical control will be invaluable for your training. As Harry left McGonagall's office, he felt both overwhelmed by the road ahead and strangely excited. For the first time, his magical education felt personally tailored to his needs and abilities, rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. He had a few hours before dinner, time to begin reading the Acclimacy book and perhaps practice the breathing exercises again. As he headed back toward Gryffindor Tower, he found himself walking with a new sense of purpose. Whatever challenges his expanded magic might bring, he was no longer facing them unprepared or alone. The Great Hall at dinner time was exactly as overwhelming as Harry had feared. Even with the dampening crystal, the concentrated magic of hundreds of students, dozens of staff members, and the hall's own ancient enchantments hit him like a physical wave as he stepped through the doorway. He froze, gripping the door frame for support as his senses struggled to process the barrage of magical signatures. Ron and Hermione, who had been waiting for him just inside, immediately flanked him protectively. "Too much?" Hermione asked quietly. Harry nodded, unable to form words as he fought to apply the filtering techniques McGonagall had taught him. Gradually, he managed to push the most intrusive perceptions to the background of his awareness, focusing instead on the physical sensations of his friends beside him and his own breathing. "Better," he managed after a moment. "Just, give me a minute." Students passing by glanced curiously at the trio blocking the doorway, but none approached. Word had spread quickly about Harry's magical condition following the removal of the final bindings, and most were giving him a respectful distance. After another minute of focused breathing, Harry felt steady enough to proceed. "Okay. Let's try sitting down. Somewhere near the end of the table, maybe." Ron and Hermione guided him to a relatively isolated spot at the far end of the Gryffindor table. As they walked, Harry kept his gaze lowered, avoiding eye contact with the other students whose magical signatures flared with curiosity and concern as he passed. "Water first," Hermione suggested when they were seated. "No magic in that." Harry gratefully took a sip from the goblet she poured for him, using the simple physical action to ground himself further. The Great Hall's magic was still overwhelming, but becoming more manageable as he acclimatized. "How bad is it?" Ron asked, keeping his voice low. "Like trying to hear someone whisper in the middle of a Quidditch match," Harry replied. "Everyone and everything is broadcasting. The enchanted ceiling, the floating candles, all the wands, the food appearing on the plates, it's all visible to me." "Can you eat?" Hermione asked practically. "You need to keep your strength up." Harry cautiously served himself some shepherd's pie, carefully avoiding touching any of the magical serving utensils. Even the food itself had a subtle magical signature, preservation charms, warming spells, and the house elf magic that had transported it from the kitchens below. "I'll manage," he said, taking a small bite. The familiar taste helped center him further. They ate in relative silence, with Ron and Hermione occasionally deflecting curious questions from other Gryffindors. Harry gradually expanded his awareness, cautiously examining the magical environment around him. The teacher's table was particularly fascinating. Each staff member had a distinctive magical signature that reflected their specialty and personality. Dumbledore's was the most powerful by far, a complex, multi-layered aurora of magic that seemed to shift and change even as Harry observed it. The headmaster appeared to be in deep conversation with Professor Flitwick, but Harry had the distinct impression that Dumbledore was aware of his scrutiny. "Harry," Hermione's voice cut through his observations. "You're staring." He blinked and looked away from the teacher's table. "Sorry. It's just interesting. I can see how different everyone's magic is." "You should eat more," she advised. "You've barely touched your food." Harry obligingly took another bite, but found his appetite diminishing as the magical input continued to tax his concentration. After a few more minutes, he pushed his plate away. "I think that's enough for tonight," he said. "I'm getting a headache." "We'll come with you," Ron offered immediately. "No, finish your dinner," Harry insisted. "I can make it back to the tower." It'll be good practice managing on my own. Hermione looked doubtful. Are you sure? I'm sure, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. The dampening crystal helps, and I've got those techniques McGonagall taught me. I'll be fine. After extracting promises that they would check on him when they returned to the common room, Ron and Hermione reluctantly let him leave alone. Harry was grateful for their concern but also felt the need for solitude after the sensory onslaught of the Great Hall. The corridors were blessedly empty as he made his way back toward Gryffindor Tower. Without the concentration of people, the castle's magic was easier to manage, a steady, ancient presence rather than a chaotic jumble of competing signatures. He was halfway to the tower when he sensed a magical presence approaching from behind. Without turning, he knew exactly who it was. The distinctive aurora of power could only belong to one person. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore," he said, turning to face the headmaster. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly in surprise, then settled into an expression of gentle amusement. "Your new perceptions are quite remarkable, Harry." I was attempting to approach quietly. "Your magic is distinctive," Harry explained, unsure how else to describe the complex patterns of power that surrounded the older wizard. "I imagine it must be," Dumbledore agreed. "May I walk with you? There are matters I'd like to discuss, if you're feeling up to it." Harry nodded, resuming his path toward Gryffindor Tower with the headmaster beside him. For a moment, they walked in silence, Dumbledore seemingly content to let Harry lead the conversation. "Professor McGonagall said you wanted to see me," Harry said finally. "About my training." "Indeed," Dumbledore confirmed. "Professor McGonagall has shared her recommendations with me, and I find them fundamentally sound. The emphasis on control and mental discipline is appropriate for your current circumstances." Harry waited, sensing there was more to come. "However," Dumbledore continued, "I believe certain additions to her program would be beneficial. Your connection to Voldemort, while altered by the removal of the soul fragment, remains a significant factor in your magical development." "You think he can still reach me?" Harry asked, unconsciously touching his scar. "Even without the soul fragment?" "The prophecy suggests a connection beyond the physical," Dumbledore replied carefully. "And my own observations indicate that your magical core contains patterns that mirror Voldemort's in certain ways, a result of his attack and the backfiring of the killing curse, I believe." Harry stopped walking, staring at the headmaster. "Are you saying I have his magic in me? Even without the soul fragment?" "Not his magic," Dumbledore corrected gently. "But perhaps an echo, an impression left when his curse rebounded. Magic can leave traces, particularly powerful dark magic directed against a magical child." This was disturbing news. Harry had assumed that with the soul fragment gone, his connection to Voldemort would be severed completely. The idea that some magical echo remained was unsettling. "Is it dangerous?" he asked. "Not inherently," Dumbledore assured him. "But it does suggest that certain defensive measures should be part of your training from the beginning, rather than introduced later as Professor McGonagall proposes." "What kind of defensive measures?" "Protection against mental intrusion, primarily," Dumbledore explained. "While occlumency provides a strong foundation, there are more specific techniques for blocking the kind of connection you and Voldemort share. I would like to teach you these techniques personally." Harry considered this. McGonagall had mentioned that Dumbledore might emphasize defensive magic, and this seemed to confirm her prediction. Still, the specific concern about mental intrusion made sense, especially if a connection to Voldemort remained. "I'd like to learn those techniques," he said finally. "But I still want to follow Professor McGonagall's program too. The occlumency and control exercises." "A wise compromise," Dumbledore approved. "Balance has always been essential in magical education. Too much emphasis on any single aspect, whether defense, control, or power, leads to imbalance." They resumed walking, turning onto the corridor that led to the portrait of the fat lady. "There is one more matter," Dumbledore said as they approached the Gryffindor entrance. "The Ministry of Magic has expressed interest in your current situation. The Ministry? Harry repeated, surprised. Why would they care about my magical bindings? The removal of Voldemort's soul fragment is of great concern to them, Dumbledore explained. As is your rapidly expanding magical capability. Minister Fudge has requested a formal evaluation of your magical status. Harry frowned. What does that mean exactly? In practical terms, it means a visit from representatives of the Department of Magical Education and possibly the Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore said. They will want to conduct their own tests, assess your magical development, and determine whether any special measures are required. Special measures, Harry repeated flatly. You mean restrictions? They want to put new bindings on me. That is unlikely, Dumbledore assured him. The Ministry cannot legally restrict a wizard's natural magical growth without clear evidence of danger to self or others. However, they may recommend monitoring or specialized training. Harry wasn't reassured. The idea of Ministry officials examining him like some sort of magical experiment was deeply uncomfortable. Do I have to agree to this evaluation? As your magical guardian, I could refuse on your behalf, Dumbledore acknowledged. However, doing so would likely lead to legal challenges and potentially more intrusive measures in the future. A cooperative approach now may prevent more problematic intervention later. Harry sighed, recognizing the political reality. When would this happen? I've negotiated a 2-week preparation period, Dumbledore replied. This will give you time to adjust to your new abilities and demonstrate basic control before any evaluation takes place. The actual assessment would occur during a weekend to minimize disruption to your classes. It wasn't ideal, but it seemed Dumbledore had already arranged the best compromise possible given the circumstances. All right, Harry agreed reluctantly. But I want Professor McGonagall there. And maybe Bill Weasley too. People I trust. That can certainly be arranged, Dumbledore assured him. Now, I believe you should rest. Your magical core is still stabilizing, and today has provided ample stimulation already. They had reached the portrait of the fat lady, who was watching their conversation with poorly disguised interest. Thank you for walking with me, Professor, Harry said formally. And for explaining about the Ministry. You're quite welcome, Harry, Dumbledore replied. Remember, while your current situation presents certain challenges, it also offers remarkable opportunities. Few wizards ever experience the kind of magical awakening you are undergoing. Try to embrace the wonder of it alongside the responsibility. With that surprisingly personal advice, the headmaster bid him good night and departed, his magical aurora gradually fading from Harry's perception as he moved down the corridor. Harry gave the password to the fat lady and entered the common room, finding it mercifully less crowded than usual. A few older students were studying by the fire, and some second years were playing Exploding Snap in the corner, but most Gryffindors were still at dinner. Taking advantage of the relative quiet, Harry made his way directly to his dormitory, eager for some time alone to process everything he'd learned. Between McGonagall's occlumency training, his brief but intense experience in the Great Hall, and Dumbledore's revelations about his continued connection to Voldemort and the Ministry's interest, his mind was buzzing with information. The dormitory was empty when he arrived, offering a welcome sanctuary. Harry settled on his bed, pulled the occlumency book from his bag, and began to read, determined to master at least the basic principles before attempting to sleep. If Voldemort could potentially reach his mind, even without the soul fragment, mental protection couldn't wait. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of training, classes, and gradual adjustment to his new magical reality. Harry established a routine that balanced regular Hogwarts lessons, which he rejoined after 3 days of intensive control training, with specialized sessions focused on his unique needs. Mornings began with occlumency practice, supervised alternately by McGonagall and, surprisingly, Snape, whose expertise in the discipline proved invaluable despite his continued emotional distance. Afternoons often featured practical magic control with Flitwick or Bill Weasley, focusing on precise spellcasting and power modulation. Evenings were devoted to defensive magic with Dumbledore himself, who taught Harry specialized techniques for recognizing and blocking mental intrusions. These sessions were particularly challenging, requiring Harry to allow controlled access to his mind so he could practice detecting and repelling the intrusion. The key is awareness, Dumbledore explained during one such session. Most victims of mental invasion never realize it is occurring. By developing your sensitivity to even subtle intrusions, you create the first line of defense. Throughout it all, Harry continued to adapt to his enhanced magical perception. The dampening crystal became less necessary as he developed natural filtering abilities, though he still wore it in particularly magical-dense environments like the Great Hall or during complex casting lessons. His regular classwork took on a new dimension as well. Where once he had struggled to produce adequate magical effects, now he faced the opposite challenge, limiting his power to appropriate levels for classroom exercises. "Gentler, Mr. Potter," Professor Flitwick squeaked as Harry's levitation charm sent a feather rocketing toward the ceiling with enough force to embed it in the stonework. "Imagine you are lifting a soap bubble, not throwing a quaffle." In Transfiguration, McGonagall set him more complex tasks than his classmates, challenging him to achieve not just the basic transformation but precise control over every aspect of the result. "It is not enough to simply change the match to a needle," she instructed. "I want exact specifications, 2 inches long, silver in color, with an eye precisely 1 millimeter in diameter." Even potions changed, though not in ways Snape acknowledged openly. Harry found himself able to perceive the magical interactions between ingredients as they were combined, giving him insights into potion-making that textbooks couldn't provide. His grades improved dramatically, though Snape remained outwardly unimpressed. The most remarkable changes, however, were in Harry's wandless abilities. What had begun as simple accidental effects quickly developed into controlled, intentional magic under Flitwick's expert guidance. Wandless magic requires clarity of intention and direct connection to your magical core, the tiny professor explained. Most wizards rely on their wands as conduits because directing magic without one is prohibitively difficult. You, Mr. Potter, have the unusual advantage of being able to perceive your own magic directly. By the end of the 2-week preparation period, Harry could reliably perform a dozen basic spells without his wand, though the effects were sometimes unpredictable in strength. More impressively, he had developed the ability to sense magic at a distance of nearly 50 feet, identifying specific signatures through walls and closed doors. "A useful talent," McGonagall remarked when he demonstrated this ability by naming everyone in the adjacent classroom without seeing them. "Though one that raises certain privacy considerations that we will need to address." Throughout these intensive weeks, Ron and Hermione remained steadfastly supportive, adapting to Harry's new schedule and abilities with remarkable flexibility. Ron treated the whole situation with his characteristic blend of awe and casual acceptance, while Hermione threw herself into researching similar cases and providing Harry with relevant historical examples. There was a witch in the 17th century who developed magical hypersensitivity after being struck by lightning, she informed him one evening in the common room. Agatha Weatherby. She eventually became one of the most accomplished warders of her generation, using her ability to perceive magical patterns to create protections no one else could design. Other students' reactions varied widely. Some, particularly in Gryffindor, treated Harry's enhanced abilities with impressed admiration. Others, notably many Slytherins, responded with suspicion or even fear. "Keep your distance from Potter," Harry overheard Malfoy telling a group of first-years. "Father says his magic is unstable, could go off like a bomb any moment." The worst, though, were those who began treating him with a new kind of deference, as if his increased power made him someone to be courted or appeased rather than befriended. Harry found this particularly uncomfortable, especially among younger students who had previously treated him normally. "They'll get over it," Ron assured him after a group of second-years had nervously asked if they were bothering him by playing gobstones in the common room. "Once they see you're still just Harry, not some super wizard about to take over the school." As the day of the ministry evaluation approached, Harry's anxiety grew despite his progress. The idea of being officially assessed, of having his magical status potentially classified or restricted, weighed heavily on him. "What if they decide I'm too dangerous?" he asked McGonagall during their final preparation session the day before the evaluation. Could they force me to leave Hogwarts? That is exceedingly unlikely, McGonagall assured him. You have demonstrated remarkable control given the circumstances. The headmaster and I will both testify to your progress, as will the specialists who have been working with you. But theoretically, they could. McGonagall hesitated, then answered with characteristic honesty. The Ministry does have the legal authority to impose educational restrictions in cases of extreme magical danger. However, such measures require substantial evidence and multiple expert opinions. They are very rarely implemented, particularly for underage wizards still learning to control their abilities. Have they ever done it before? Restricted someone because their magic was too powerful? There have been cases, McGonagall acknowledged. But they typically involved individuals who showed no interest in control, those who used their power recklessly or maliciously. Your situation is entirely different. Harry wasn't entirely reassured, but appreciated her straightforward answer. The evaluation itself will be fairly straightforward, McGonagall continued. They will ask you to perform various magical tasks to demonstrate your control and capabilities. They will likely conduct magical scans similar to those performed by the healers and cursebreakers. And they will interview you about your experiences since the bindings were removed. Will Dumbledore be there? Harry asked. The headmaster will be present, yes, as will I, McGonagall confirmed. Mr. Weasley has also arranged to attend, as you requested. Remember that we are your advocates in this process. Harry nodded gratefully. Having people he trusted present would make the ordeal more bearable. Try not to worry excessively, McGonagall advised, her tone softening slightly. Focus on demonstrating what you've learned these past 2 weeks. Your progress has been exceptional, Mr. Potter. I have every confidence that the Ministry officials will recognize that. The encouragement from his normally stern head of house meant more than Harry could express. He left the meeting feeling somewhat less anxious, though still apprehensive about what the evaluation might bring. That evening, in a gesture of solidarity, the Gryffindor common room was unusually subdued. Word had spread about the Ministry evaluation, and Harry's housemates seemed determined to provide him with a calm environment for his final preparation. We've got your back, Harry, Fred Weasley assured him, speaking for many. If those Ministry tossers give you any trouble, just let us know. George and I have been working on some products they might find interesting. Please don't prank Ministry officials, Hermione sighed, though she looked touched by the twins' protective attitude. Harry went to bed early that night, wanting to be well rested for the evaluation. Despite his anxiety, the occlumency techniques he'd been practicing proved useful, allowing him to organize his thoughts and concerns enough to eventually fall asleep. He dreamed of flying, not on a broomstick, but under his own power, his magic carrying him effortlessly through the night sky. In the dream, he could see magical currents in the air, flowing like rivers of light that he could navigate and harness. It was beautiful and freeing, a reminder of the wonder his new abilities could bring alongside the challenges. When he woke the next morning, some of that sense of wonder remained, tempering his anxiety about the day ahead. Whatever the Ministry evaluation might bring, his magic was part of him now, fully awakened, no longer bound or fragmented. That realization gave him a quiet confidence as he prepared to face his assessors. The Ministry representatives arrived precisely at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. There were 3 of them, a middle-aged witch from the Department of Magical Education who introduced herself as Madame Marchbanks, a stern-looking wizard from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement named Dawlish, and an unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries who offered no name at all, merely a curt nod. They were met in the entrance hall by Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Bill Weasley. Harry, who had been waiting nervously in a small antechamber, was summoned to join them for introductions. Mr. Potter, Madame Marchbanks greeted him, her voice brisk but not unkind. Thank you for your cooperation in this assessment. I understand the circumstances are unusual, but the Ministry has a responsibility to monitor significant magical developments, particularly in underage wizards. I understand, Harry replied, trying to project a confidence he didn't entirely feel. "We've prepared the old dueling chamber for the practical assessment," Dumbledore informed the Ministry officials. "It has the necessary space and protective enchantments for demonstrations of various magical capabilities. And privacy wards, I trust?" Dawlish asked, glancing around as if expecting to see reporters lurking in the corners. "The most comprehensive available," Dumbledore assured him. "What transpires today will remain confidential unless all parties agree to disclosure." This seemed to satisfy the Ministry representatives, and the entire group proceeded to a part of the castle Harry had never visited before, a lower level below the dungeons, accessible via a narrow spiral staircase. "Hogwarts' original dueling chamber," McGonagall explained quietly as they descended. "Dating back to the Founders' era, when magical dueling was part of the standard curriculum. It was retired from regular use centuries ago but is maintained for special training purposes." The chamber itself was impressive, a circular space nearly 40 feet in diameter, with walls of solid stone inscribed with ancient runes. The floor featured a large dueling circle inlaid with silver, and the high ceiling was enchanted to show the sky above, similar to the Great Hall but on a smaller scale. "Excellent," Madame Marchbanks approved, surveying the space. "This will serve admirably. Now, Mr. Potter, we'll begin with some standard magical assessments before moving on to specific demonstrations. Are you prepared?" Harry nodded, taking a deep breath to center himself as he practiced. "I'm ready." The next 3 hours were the most comprehensive magical examination Harry had ever experienced. The Ministry officials tested everything from his basic spell casting to his magical perception to his occlumency barriers. They had him demonstrate wandless abilities, measure his magical output during various tasks, and describe in detail how his perception of magic had changed since the binding's removal. The Unspeakable was particularly interested in Harry's ability to sense specific magical signatures, conducting several blind tests where Harry correctly identified objects and spells hidden from his normal vision. "Remarkable," the hooded figure murmured after Harry accurately described a complex enchantment contained within a sealed box. "The sensitivity is acute but controlled. Most impressive for one so young." Dawlish, meanwhile, focused on the defensive aspects of Harry's training, testing his shield charms and his ability to resist minor jinxes both with and without his wand. "Good reflexes," the Auror commented after Harry wandlessly blocked a stinging hex. "Though your wandless shields lack the durability of properly cast ones. Something to work on." Throughout it all, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Bill observed quietly from the side of the chamber, occasionally answering technical questions about Harry's training but otherwise allowing the assessment to proceed without interference. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of magical tests, Madame Marchbanks called a halt. "I believe we have sufficient data for our evaluation," she announced. "Mr. Potter, you may rest while we confer with your instructors." Harry gratefully retreated to a bench along the wall, physically and magically exhausted from the sustained demonstrations. Bill brought him a flask of water and a chocolate bar. "You did brilliantly," the eldest Weasley assured him quietly. "They're impressed, even if they're trying not to show it." Across the chamber, the Ministry officials were engaged in intense discussion with Dumbledore and McGonagall. Harry could have enhanced his hearing with magic to eavesdrop, but decided against it, partly from ethical considerations McGonagall had emphasized in their training, and partly because he was simply too tired to maintain the necessary focus. Instead, he ate his chocolate and observed the magical signatures of the people conferring about his fate. The contrast between them was fascinating: Dumbledore's vast, complex aurora, McGonagall's precise, structured patterns, the Unspeakable's unusually contained, almost compressed magical presence, Dawlish's regimented, disciplined energy, and Madame Marchbanks's surprisingly vibrant, adaptable signature that reminded Harry somewhat of Professor Flitwick's. After about 20 minutes, the group approached him. Madame Marchbanks held a official-looking parchment and wore an expression of careful neutrality. "Mr. Potter," she began formally, "we have completed our assessment and reached certain conclusions regarding your magical status." She glanced at the parchment. The Ministry of Magic hereby classifies you as a Class 3 Emergent Mage, acknowledging your unusual magical development and specific sensory capabilities. What does that mean exactly? Harry asked, looking between the Ministry officials and his professors. It means, Dumbledore explained, that the Ministry recognizes your magical status as exceptional but not dangerous. Class 3 indicates significant magical ability beyond standard development curves, while the Emergent designation acknowledges that your capabilities are still developing and may change over time. There are certain recommendations associated with this classification, Madam Marchbanks continued. Specifically, ongoing specialized training in magical control and occlumency, quarterly assessments of your progress for the next year, and registration of your sensory abilities with the Department of Mysteries. Registration? Harry repeated warily. What does that involve? Merely documentation, the Unspeakable said, speaking directly to Harry for the first time. Your particular form of magical perception is rare and of scholarly interest. Registration allows us to provide resources and, if you wish, connect you with others who share similar abilities. It didn't sound too onerous, though Harry remained somewhat suspicious of any ministry record-keeping involving him. Are there any restrictions? He asked, getting to the concern that had worried him most. No formal restrictions, Madam Marchbanks replied. However, we strongly advise adherence to the training recommendations. Should your abilities develop in concerning directions, or should you demonstrate inability to maintain appropriate control, the classification could be reviewed. In other words, behave and keep learning control, or we might reconsider those restrictions. Harry understood the implied warning. The classification is actually quite favorable, McGonagall told him, her expression suggesting she was genuinely pleased with the outcome. It acknowledges your unique abilities while providing a framework for continued development. Many wizards with unusual magical manifestations receive more restrictive classifications. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Class 4 would have required ministry supervision of all specialized training, while Class 2 would have imposed few guidelines at all. Class 3 represents a thoughtful balance. Harry nodded slowly, processing this information. It wasn't perfect, he didn't particularly like being classified at all, but it could have been much worse. I accept the classification, he said finally. Excellent, Madam Marchbanks said briskly. I'll need your signature here, and Professor Dumbledore's as your magical guardian. After the necessary paperwork was completed, the ministry officials prepared to depart. The Unspeakable, however, lingered briefly, approaching Harry while the others were engaged in final discussions with Dumbledore. Your abilities are remarkable, the hooded figure said quietly. Particularly your magical perception. Should you wish to develop this talent further, beyond what Hogwarts can provide, the Department of Mysteries would be interested in offering specialized training when you are older. Training for what? Harry asked cautiously. There are roles within the ministry that require precisely the kind of perception you demonstrate, the Unspeakable replied. Ward analysts, magical forensic specialists, researchers in experimental magic. Careers that few wizards are naturally suited for, but which you might find fulfilling. It was an unexpected perspective, the idea that his unusual abilities might lead to specific career paths rather than just being a complication to be managed. I'll keep that in mind, Harry said, genuinely intrigued by the possibility. The Unspeakable nodded once and rejoined the other officials. Soon after, the ministry delegation departed, escorted by Dumbledore back to the entrance hall where they could exit the Hogwarts grounds and apparate to London. McGonagall and Bill remained with Harry in the dueling chamber. Well, Bill said, breaking the silence that had fallen after the others left, that went better than expected. Class 3 is quite reasonable given the circumstances. What happens now? Harry asked. Now, McGonagall replied, we continue your training as planned, with slight modifications to meet the ministry's recommendations. Your regular class schedule will remain unchanged, but will formalize the specialized training sessions to satisfy the quarterly assessment requirements. And my registration with the Department of Mysteries? The headmaster will oversee that process, McGonagall assured him. It's primarily administrative, documentation of your specific perceptual abilities and their current limitations. Harry nodded, feeling a mixture of relief that the evaluation was over and resignation to the continuing scrutiny his unusual magic would bring. One step at a time, Harry, Bill said, as if reading his thoughts. The hard part's done. From here, it's just learning and growing, same as any young wizard, just with a few extra lessons thrown in. Harry appreciated the attempt to normalize his situation, even if it wasn't entirely accurate. Nothing about his magical development was typical anymore, if it ever had been. But at least now he had a framework for moving forward, official recognition of his status, and continued support from those he trusted. "Let's head back upstairs," McGonagall suggested. "I believe your friends are anxiously awaiting news of the evaluation's outcome." Sure enough, Ron and Hermione were hovering near the entrance to the Great Hall when they emerged from the lower levels. Their faces lit up with relief when they saw Harry's relatively calm expression. "How did it go?" Hermione asked immediately. "Class 3 Emergent Mage," Harry reported, the technical classification still feeling strange on his tongue. "Which means more training but no real restrictions." "Brilliant!" Ron exclaimed. "Fred and George had a bet going. George said they'd classify you as dangerous and try to snap your wand, the git." "Ronald!" Hermione scolded, though she was smiling with relief. "I told you the Ministry wouldn't be that unreasonable." Not with Dumbledore and McGonagall advocating for Harry. As his friends peppered him with questions about the evaluation, Harry felt a weight lifting from his shoulders. The Ministry classification wasn't ideal, but it was something he could live with, a recognition of his unusual status that still allowed him to continue his education at Hogwarts with his friends. For the first time since the removal of the final bindings, Harry felt like he could see a clear path forward. His magic was no longer constrained or corrupted, his training was tailored to his specific needs, and he had a support system of teachers and friends who accepted him as he was, extraordinary abilities and all. It wasn't a normal life by any definition, but it was his life, and for now at least, that was enough. 3 months later, as spring began to transform the Hogwarts grounds from winter's grey pallor to vibrant green, Harry stood at the edge of the Black Lake, skipping stones across its glassy surface. Each stone traveled impossibly far, 15, 20, 25 bounces before finally sinking beneath the water. "Show off," Ron commented good-naturedly from where he sat nearby, attempting to finish a potions essay that was due the following morning. "It's control practice," Harry replied with a grin. "McGonagall says I need to work on precision with small magical effects." "Right," Ron snorted. "And it has nothing to do with setting a new record." Harry shrugged, not denying it. In the months since his magical awakening, he had found joy in the small applications of his abilities, enhancing everyday activities rather than focusing solely on combat spells or defensive magic. "How's the essay coming?" he asked, selecting another perfect skipping stone. Ron groaned dramatically. "Terrible. 3 feet on the interactions between Moonstone and Ashwinder eggs. I swear Snape assigns these just to torture us. Want help? I can see the magical resonance between ingredients now. Makes potions theory much easier." "That would be cheating," Hermione's voice came from behind them as she approached, arms laden with library books. "Ron needs to develop his own understanding of the principles." "Says the witch who's probably written 5 feet already," Ron muttered, though without real annoyance. Hermione ignored this, settling onto the grass beside them and arranging her books in neat stacks. "How was your session with Flitwick this morning, Harry?" "Good," Harry replied, abandoning his stone skipping to join his friends. "We're working on split focus casting, maintaining 2 different spells simultaneously. It's harder than it sounds, but getting easier." His magical training had evolved considerably since the Ministry evaluation. With the most urgent control issues addressed, his instructors had shifted focus to refining and expanding his abilities in structured ways. McGonagall continued to teach advanced transfiguration and mental organization. Flitwick handled complex charm work and magical multitasking. Even Snape had reluctantly agreed to provide occasional instruction in the magical properties of potions' ingredients, allowing Harry to develop his ability to perceive their interactions. Most surprisingly, Professor Trelawney had recently joined his roster of specialized teachers, offering guidance on managing and interpreting the prophetic dreams that had begun occurring with increasing frequency as his magic stabilized. Though Harry remained skeptical of divination generally, he found Trelawney's practical advice on dream sorting and symbolic interpretation unexpectedly useful. "Any word from Bill about your quarterly assessment?" Ron asked, setting aside his essay in favor of more interesting conversation. "Next weekend," Harry confirmed. "McGonagall says it's mostly a formality, just confirming that I'm maintaining appropriate control and continuing my training." The Ministry's required assessments had proven less intrusive than Harry had feared. The first one, conducted in February, had been straightforward and brief, with Bill Weasley serving as the primary evaluator due to his dual role as Harry's instructor and a Ministry-approved specialist. "And the headmaster?" Hermione asked carefully. "Any more unusual lessons?" Harry glanced around instinctively before answering, though they were alone by the lakeside. His private sessions with Dumbledore had taken an unexpected turn in recent months, focusing less on defensive magic and more on magical history, specifically, Voldemort's history. "Another memory last night," he confirmed quietly. "This one showed Voldemort hiding something at Hogwarts, years after he graduated. Dumbledore thinks it was an object of great importance to him." Ron and Hermione exchanged significant looks. They were among the very few people who knew about these memory sessions, in which Dumbledore shared his collected observations and encounters with Tom Riddle through a pensieve. "Did he say why he's showing you these?" Ron asked. Harry shook his head. "Not directly. But I think he's trying to help me understand Voldemort, how he thinks, what matters to him, his weaknesses." "Knowledge is power," Hermione murmured. "Especially against an enemy like that." The prophecy hung unspoken between them. Though Harry had shared its contents with his closest friends, they rarely discussed it explicitly. The idea that Harry was destined to face Voldemort again was too heavy a topic for casual conversation. "Anyway," Harry said, deliberately lightening his tone, "Dumbledore also said my control is progressing better than expected. He thinks I might be ready for some more advanced defensive training this summer." "This summer?" Ron repeated. "You mean, not going back to the Dursleys?" "Not for the whole summer, at least," Harry confirmed, unable to keep the satisfaction from his voice. "McGonagall and Dumbledore are still working out the details, but apparently my magical status requires more continuous supervision than Muggle guardians can provide." This was a significant victory. Since the removal of the bindings and soul fragment, the blood protection at Privet Drive had weakened considerably, a development that Dumbledore had initially viewed with concern but had eventually accepted as inevitable. With that protection diminished, the argument for keeping Harry with the Dursleys had lost much of its force. "That's wonderful, Harry!" Hermione exclaimed. "Where will you stay instead?" "Part of the time at Hogwarts, I think, for specialized training. And maybe some time at the Burrow?" He glanced questioningly at Ron. "Brilliant." Ron grinned. "Mum's been hinting about it in her letters for weeks, but I didn't want to say anything until it was certain." The prospect of a summer away from the Dursleys, spent instead with friends and continuing his magical education, filled Harry with anticipation. After years of summers spent in isolation and neglect, the alternative seemed almost too good to be true. Their conversation drifted to other topics, upcoming exams, the latest Quidditch standings. Harry had reluctantly sat out this season to focus on magical stability, though McGonagall had promised to reconsider for next year, and speculation about the still unresolved mystery of what Fluffy was guarding on the third floor. "Whatever it is, Snape's still after it," Ron insisted. "I saw him limping again last week, same as after Halloween when he tried to get past the dog." "We don't know that Professor Snape is trying to steal anything," Hermione countered. "And even if someone is after the object, Dumbledore must have protective measures beyond just Fluffy." Harry listened to their familiar debate with half an ear, his attention caught by a subtle change in the magical atmosphere around them. Something was approaching, something with a magical signature he recognized but couldn't immediately place. He turned toward the forbidden forest just as a figure emerged from the tree, lean, tall, hooded, moving with unusual grace. For a moment, Harry tensed, his magic responding instinctively to a potential threat. Then the figure lowered its hood, revealing centaur features. Firenze, Harry identified, relaxing slightly. He had met the centaur briefly during a supervised excursion into the forest with Hagrid, part of an effort to help Harry practice magical perception in different magical environments. The centaur approached their group, his expression solemn. "Harry Potter," he greeted with a slight bow. "The stars suggested I might find you here." Ron and Hermione watched wide-eyed, never having met a centaur before. "These are my friends," Harry introduced. "Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger." Firenze acknowledged them with a nod but kept his focus on Harry. "I bring a message from my herd. The forest has felt the change in your magic, young wizard. The alteration of what was once divided." Harry tensed again. The centaur's knowledge of his soul fragment and its removal had never been confirmed, but this seemed to suggest they had been aware. "The stars speak of new paths opening," Firenze continued, his gaze drifting upward as if he could see the night sky even in daytime. "The Mars-Jupiter conjunction wanes, while Mercury ascends. The prophecy branches where once it ran straight." "What does that mean?" Harry asked, intrigued despite the cryptic nature of the message. "It means, Harry Potter, that what was once fixed may now vary. The removal of the dark fragment has created possibilities." The centaur stomped one hoof thoughtfully. "The stars do not determine our path, they merely illuminate the landscape through which we travel. And your landscape has changed." Harry glanced at his friends, who appeared as confused as he felt. "Are you saying the prophecy might not come true?" Firenze shook his head. "No. The prophecy remains. But prophecies have interpretations, and interpretations have flexibility. Where there was one path, now there may be several." He looked directly at Harry. "You are no longer precisely the one of whom the prophecy spoke. You are, more yourself, and less your enemy." A chill ran down Harry's spine as he processed the centaur's words. Without the soul fragment, without carrying a piece of Voldemort within him, his relationship to the prophecy had fundamentally changed. He was still bound by its words, but perhaps not in exactly the way Dumbledore had assumed. "I should tell Dumbledore about this," he said half to himself. "The forest human teacher comes," Firenze announced abruptly, looking toward the castle. "I must return to the herd. Remember, Harry Potter, the stars illuminate, they do not dictate." With that cryptic parting, the centaur turned and galloped back toward the forbidden forest, disappearing among the trees just as Hagrid's massive form appeared on the path from the castle. "Was that Firenze I just saw?" Hagrid called as he approached. "What did he want with ye?" "Just a message from the centaurs," Harry replied vaguely. "About stars and prophecies." Hagrid shook his head. "Ruddy stargazers, always speakin' in riddles. Better not to pay too much mind to centaur predictions, they think in centuries, not human lifespans." But Harry couldn't dismiss Firenze's words so easily. The idea that the prophecy's path had branched, that new possibilities had opened with the removal of the soul fragment, felt significant in ways he couldn't fully articulate. As Hagrid chatted with them about the newly hatched hippogriffs he was raising, Harry's mind kept returning to the centaur's message. "You are more yourself, and less your enemy." It was true, he felt more wholly himself than he ever had before. His magic responded to his intentions naturally, his mind was clearer, even his dreams, when not prophetic, were more peaceful. The prophecy still loomed in his future, the connection with Voldemort remained, and the ultimate confrontation it predicted seemed unavoidable. But perhaps the terms of that confrontation, the path leading to it, and even its outcome were less fixed than Dumbledore had believed. For the first time since learning of the prophecy, Harry felt a genuine sense of hope about his future, not just acceptance or determination, but actual optimism. If removing Voldemort's soul fragment had created new possibilities in a prophecy that had seemed immutable, what other certainties might prove malleable? As the afternoon sun began its descent toward the western horizon, painting the lake in shades of gold and crimson, Harry found himself smiling. His path forward remained challenging: continued training, quarterly ministry assessments, the ever-present shadow of Voldemort's eventual return, but it was his path now, not one predetermined by prophecy or manipulated by others. He was Harry Potter, not just the boy who lived or the prophesied opponent of a Dark Lord, but a young wizard discovering his own considerable power and finding his own way forward. Free from dark fragments, free from binding constraints, free to make his own choices in the face of whatever destiny had planned. It was, he decided, watching the sun's reflection dance across the water, more than enough for now. The future would come soon enough, with all its challenges and opportunities. Today, in this moment, surrounded by friends in the place he had come to call home, Harry was exactly where he was meant to be. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.